This conference will now be recorded.
Start again. So good morning, everyone. Today we will attempt to do a couple things. First, we will have the chair of the board lay out some board proposed goals and try to weigh in from the other commissioners about his vision around pillars of directions. And then we will move into a robust discussion about how those goals and pillars fit into the 5-year strategic plan for the agency. It's a big undertaking. We didn't get here easily. And for that, my role today will be to thank the staff and have the vice chair of the board give the formal welcome. My role today is to thank the staff. When I say thank the staff, I don't just mean vice presidents and people with title. I mean, I want to thank the support staff. All the board members should know, leading up to getting to this place, some of the support staff gave me some, side eyes because I was so demanding about how to make sure we get things ready for our board members. So I want to really thank all the staff, supporting staff, but in particular, two of my other bosses, that's Priscilla Jackson and Sade, two of my bosses. I want to thank you for your kind support and work in this effort. I saw you cut your eye one time, Sade, when we were preparing. And then I just want to thank all the other staff. I mean, we spent some weekend on this. Board needs to know, staff really, we were talking over the weekend several times, making sure that we got everything right. So with that, my role today will only be that of timekeeper, to listen and take notes. That's my only role for the day. And so for the formal welcome, I turn it over to, I'll give you this one here. Let me give you this one. I turn the formal welcome, I give it to the vice chair.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good morning, everybody. I want to say good morning to the staff and the fellow commissioners. I am truly excited about today's part 2 of RRHA's 5-year strategic plan. I would like for you to view this plan as you would the 3 E's. You asked me, Commissioner Parker, what are the 3 E's? Well, I'm glad you asked. They are engage, evolve, and encouragement. Engage, to take part about or participate and be actively involved and committed. Evolve, to undergo an evolutionary change. Artists at working throughout things and working together. And encouragement, the act of inspiring others and giving hope. Today, let's all look to participate and grow and not remain the same as we would gather information to help us embrace the vision for a brighter, positive future for RRHA with maximum benefits for the residents of the Big 6. Thank you so much. God bless.
Last, before we start the formal program, I think we're going to have a little icebreaker that's going to be done by, I want her to go up to the podium to do it. And after that, we will open up the formal program by our chair, Vice President of HR, Ms. Jessica.
Good morning. Oh, there we go. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I'm going to take this off. I just feel it's a bit too stuck. There we go. All right. Good morning. Good morning. I hope everyone has got a nice cup of coffee or tea or water or orange juice, because we're going to start the morning a little bit differently. Before we get into all the business important topics, discussions today, I want us to just take a deep breath together. This is something that we've done, our staff, you all are familiar with this, but this is something that we do to immediately provide some relief in our bodies to center ourselves and focus our minds to prepare for today. It's gonna be a long day, it's gonna be a great day, but I know we've been working so hard to prepare, we've carried all the stress from the week with us into this room, so we're gonna try to release some of that right now. So we're gonna do something called a box breathing exercise. And for any of you who have not heard of this, it's okay, it's not anything scary. You can sit right in your seat, and what you're gonna do, I want you to plant your feet on the ground. If you are a little bit vertically challenged like me, you might have to scoot a little bit further in your seat. No one's gonna look at you, no one's gonna touch you. So make sure your feet are flat on the ground, and you wanna make sure you have great posture for this. So you wanna envision that you have a string that's connected to your tailbone and traveling up your spine, through the top of your head, connected to the ceiling, okay? So that'll help you really think about having great posture for this. Another thing that you might want to do that's helpful is putting a hand over your diaphragm or your chest to help you feel yourself breathing. Okay? So what we're going to do, very simple, we all know how to breathe, right? So we're going to, for 4 counts, we're going to take a deep breath in. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to hold it there. 2, 3, 4. Then release. 2, 3, 4. And then we're going to hold that out. 2, 3. Okay? So we all know how to do it. We're going to do that a couple of times. And as we're doing that, I want you to think about breathing in positive energy and thoughts. Breathing in all the goodness. And then when you exhale, you're going to exhale the stress. Exhale any negative thoughts. We're going to leave it there when we hold. Okay? Are we ready to do this together?
Yep.
All right, let's go. Breathe in. 2, 3, 4. And hold. 2, 3, 4. Release. 2, 3. Hold. 2, 3. Again, breathe in. 2, 3, 4. Hold in positivity. Release. 2. Hold. 2. One more time. Breathe in. 2, 3, 4. Hold it. 2, 3, 4. Release. 2, 3, 4. And hold. 2, 3, 4. All right. Do we feel that immediate relief? I'm sure you all feel it. You should feel lighter. You should feel more ready for the day. All right. So another thing that we want to do to prepare for our day is to think about things that bring us joy. What are some things that you all have going on in your life that's really just revving your engine right now? It's just putting a smile on your face. I will start for me. I was sharing this with some of my colleagues. I recently got back into the gym. I got a gym membership. And that has been a very positive thing for me. I have been releasing my stress from work at the gym. I feel more energetic. And that's been something that's been bringing me joy. So if that is something that you relate to, feel free to take a sip of your drink. Sips tea. All right, anybody else want to share? Who has got something going on in life that's just really bringing you joy? Your grandchildren, yes.
That's worth a sip.
I love that. That is worth a sip indeed. Oh, I should have brought my coffee up here. Bring my coffee. I want a sip too. Anybody else? What's some positivity that we can share today in the room? Anybody start a new hobby? Anyone have any vacation that's bringing them joy that they just can't wait to go on? Nothing positive?
I've got a week planned in Cabo San Lucas in July.
Yes, ma'am.
Right after the July board meeting. So
Perfect timing.
looking forward to it.
Cabo is one of my favorite places to go. That is amazing.
Cheers.
Cheers to that. Cheers to that. I love a well-planned and well-timed vacation. We love that.
Yeah.
Very good.
Your phone on Do Not Disturb?
Yeah, I have a joy that I want to share as well. I can't wait to get back in the office on Monday and start getting at it, pushing forward on our agenda.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
I'm gonna sip on that.
Anybody has any non-work related joy bringing? You got one.
What brings me joy is
socially going dog. And but yeah, I think that I'm finding that this dog, which obviously has a visual challenge, just doesn't care. She runs into stuff. She brings so much joy to me and my family. That I want to share that.
Love, that is so good. I love a good pet. Make sure we wrap that dog with some bubble wrap so we don't bump into too many walls. Okay? So that's so fun. Thank you for that. Anybody else? Any more joy that we want to share before we get started? All right. Well, we got a lot of joy in the room. I hope you all feel relieved of stress and prepared for a wonderful day. I know our staff have worked incredibly hard, and Ms. Nesbitt was saying, to prepare the work and the discussion and the topics and the conversations that we're going to have today. So with no further ado, we're going to move along in our agenda, and I'm going to invite our chair of the board, Mr. Eddie Jackson, up, and he's going to discuss with us our vision and strategic priorities. So let's give a warm welcome for Mr. Eddie Jackson.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'm going to do this in two formats. This is a 45-minute portion where we're going to involve ourselves in some discussion. But prior to that, I want to welcome everyone. Again,
Hi.
Thank you. Absolutely. And so we want to keep in the vein of what we started out this morning. We've got a lot of things to be joyful about. Thank you. I want to thank my colleagues and fellow chairmen for taking time out of your busy schedules here this morning. This is an important day. We do have a lot of material to cover, and so I invite you to participate, have some rigorous discussion. It doesn't matter your position, your voice is more important to be heard, and we want to find our way to as close as possible to total alignment and agreement. That always happens, but we've done a very good job of being able to have good conversations and positive outcomes. So I also want to thank, I don't continue to sound like a broken record, but we're here because of the workings of the staff. You support us, and we believe it is our goal and our duty to support you in all that you do. So we don't take it lightly. Very familiar faces, but a wholehearted thank you again for getting here early, working on yesterday, all the preparation that goes into this. Prior to becoming a chairperson, I didn't realize how much work went on. I just thought you guys kind of pull stuff around your ears like magicians. I see you so smooth, but after experiencing this past 7 months, a thank you is sometimes just not enough. We're going to stop and take a moment. If you would, my colleagues, would you give yourselves a round of applause? We got a lot of knowledgeable people in the room in various aspects of our focus and our services. So that message cannot, we can stand here a lot more. And so as we're at the point where we're talking about the board chair's proposed vision and strategic priorities, I tell you, this is not new news. For me, this represents my 4th year on the board. My first term is over. Looking forward to a second reappointment. This isn't really new. This is what we've been working toward ever since I've been on the board, I know. And I like to say, things really have gotten unstuck and moving forward. And there's so much gratitude in that. I think the general public realizes that we are not the same RRHA. I think there are a lot of contributing factors that help make that realization. But today I want to more formalize, talk through, present to you, have discussion, and work our way to see a clear vision and an aligned vision at the end so that we can continue the work that we are set out to do. We're at a very important period. Now, a lot of people like to say that. It's an important time, but it really is. We not only get to establish the next 5 years plan for this agency in the midst of 2 to 3 community redevelopments, and all the things that we have going. It is critically important that we stick together right now, even in disagreement, that we stick together, put what we have to offer on the table and move from there. And so this discussion purpose, as you can see here in our read, is to help establish board level direction around RRHA's long-term priorities, desired outcomes, and organizational focus over the next 5 years. The discussion is intended to engage conversation, identify areas of alignment and emphasis, identify additional priorities and themes or things. We're more than just property managers. We're more than just, order takers, if you will. And to help inform continued development of RRHA's 5-year strategic plan framework. So you might say, well, what are the five? What are these goals that we keep on hearing about that we need to discuss or consider for today? If we look on the chart, the first goal is to better position RRHA as both a public housing and a redevelopment authority. A lot of people from the general public, one would think that our first priority and only first priority is to be a public housing entity or organization where we help facilitate the daily lives of our residents, those who are voucher holders. That is a great deal of what we do. We are a redevelopment authority. Not only do we redevelop our own properties, but we work in our community with partner development partners to help them create more affordable housing around the city. So that's our first goal. Our second goal is resident empowerment and economic mobility. Resident opportunity. Mr. Stuckey, who is our king over there in the resident services world, has a whole lot of frontline contact with our families and their children. I look forward to hearing more. Always enthused, like most of my colleagues, about the workings that come out of his group and how much input we've been able to successfully have in the lives of our family. And so our third goal is transparency, accountability, and public trust. I'm certain, even if you're not from this area, if you ever Google the past 5 years or so, RRHA, you probably come back with some interesting query results. Headlines about misuse or inappropriate or things that don't really need to be the focal point of an organization with so much responsibility. And so we're working to change that. Give a really big applause to our communications team for spreading that news, because we want the public to understand who we are, what our business is, and our priorities as they line up. Accountability is a big thing. We've got partnership on deck with the city. We've got partnership on deck potentially with the TV. We've got partnership running all throughout the region, if you will. And so transparency and accountability is important. Being able to say my stuff stinks is critically important, because if you know it stinks, you can fix it, right? And so we have to be open and honest with ourselves. Looking at our next goal, which is governance and strategic alignment. What is the long-term board direction? At one point, we were meeting so much, it just seemed like we had so many committee meetings every month. I had to kind of take a moment to sit back and say, whew, what are we doing? Because you can be so busy and not know the direction that you're heading. And so sometimes you have to take a step back and say, let's just relax and see where we're going. And that's a part of this review, number 2. Strategic alignment. Again, not only are we serving our families, we have a responsibility as commissioners to serve those that appoint us to positions. So we must understand the mandate of the city to make sure that our determined output aligns with the overall plan. And as one example, I'll take Gilbert. We own Gilbert. But the impact that Gilbert has on the city is paramount. And so it behooves us to work with our local government, all all of the stakeholders. Virginia Union is a stakeholder. They're, somewhat arm's length distance from the open court. And so we have to be accountable to all of our actions, and because they have ripple effects. We want to make certain that we understand what our actions are and the impact thereof. That's how the public is going to trust us. I think we've done an excellent job. When we first started talking about Gilpin and the redevelopment thereof, if you can remember 7 months ago, 8 months ago, where we were not the favorite child of the media. The general public said, you're doing it all wrong. So we took a pause. Opportunity opened itself. We stepped through the door. And now we're staring at a potential partnership with the city. We reassessed some of our actions, and now we are moving, I would say, record speed. And so alignment does a lot for trajectory. It can put you in a quantum leap position that I feel like you're at the base of. And finally, better coordination with strategic partners. You'll hear a lot of these goals that they have interlappings, And so goal 1 may fall into a little bit of goal 4 and 5 and 3 and 2 and so you're going to hear more as the day continues. But this is just a formalized opportunity to set a course on what we've already been doing and working on. We're just getting better at it. The wheel is starting to move, if you will. It was stuck, so now it's moving. So that's my spiel. I'm going to open up the floor, and not certain that this is the methodology of how we want to have this conversation, but I'm going to back it up and start talking through. First question. And while this is entitled a board discussion, I think we as a board value the input of the staff as well. So we don't want to be a board-dominated conversation. That an idea or something that you may feel as if we may not be considering or aware of. Let's add value to this conversation and come out with a blended success. So with that being stated, I'm going to have my seat again. Thank you for listening. But now let's get into some group conversation. Again, we're going to start out with the long-term direction. Question: what should RRHA be known for 5 years from now? Any commissioner want to start the conversation with me?
I'll start the conversation, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to see that you have it up there on a long-term direction, because I'm concerned about 5 years from now, what will people say about this organization, this group, what we did, staff here, the commissioners here, what did we get done? What did we accomplish? And I'm concerned that, we're going to work together or not work together. We're going to see how we can push this wagon forward, how positive we can be, see how much we can impact on the community that's waiting on us to have an impact on them positively. And so that's my concern. I'm really concerned about that. What will we be known for? When we look back and we open the books and look back on HA from that particular time, 2026 or 2025 or 2024, what did this board get done? I'm really concerned about that. And I'm concerned that we do some positive things that impact people in a great way, and not even us, the board members, in a great way, and not something that's detrimental, and we have a quarrel among ourselves, or decide to just sit back and see what happens. But we don't do that. We want to be positive, we want to be proactive, we want to be movers and shakers.
Any input? I can tell you this. How about this? I know this is not the answer to the questions, which is what should RRHA be known for 5 years from now? I tell you, we're doing well. One of the things, bond financing. We move into that space really well. So we are a conduit of financing. If you think about affordable housing, we are now forced to do record work in terms of being to help create more affordable housing for the city. So I would like to continue that growth and development so that we can be looked at as a contributing partner to the affordable housing crisis that exists right now in our city. That's one. One else.
So, with my time on the board, I always approach every decision with the best interest and business interest. But I want to be known for 5 years from now. An organization that provides safe, secure, stable business. And we do that through, what we're working through that now as we redevelop our big six, as we work to rebuild this public housing on the East Coast to make it a place that's safe and secure for our residents. So I think that's priority one for me as an organization. I want to be known as an organization that provides that for our residents. Two, as the chair said, we do more than that as well. And I think that the way I want us to be viewed as partner in this city, this region with our stakeholders, the city, developers, financial institutions, as a leader in the transformation of which is in providing safe, secure, so that's my point.
Thank you, Commissioner. And one thing that jumps out of the comments that Commissioner Elliott had just shared with us is transitional. This city is in a transitional period. And our responsibilities are critical because we have an affordability crisis. We have a large population of folks who require assistance. And we want to make certain that we are a positive contributor to that. So, thank you. Commissioner Brody, Commissioner Pittsburgh, got any, what would you, the time that you have spent, because out of all of us who are here, you probably, Commissioner Pittsburgh, the most taken one. Morning, Commissioner Johnson. We acknowledge you. We see you there, my friend. How are you? And so with the time that you've been on the board, I would think that you probably have a sense of what you really want, or you've heard from your resident constituents, here's what we want. And so share with us, what mark do you desire to leave, either for the work you've done that you want to be able to speak to, or the work that you've done representing those who have voices in your ear.
First, I'd like to say thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to speak. Second, I'd like to thank the staff for being here and my colleagues. To answer that question, it's kind of complex because what I'm hearing in the community is trust, and they want stabilization. They don't want to be people going to a lot of meetings and really nothing is coming of those meetings, and they want their voices to be heard. And that's what I'm hearing. What I would like to, as my legacy, because my term is over in November the 24th, 2007, legacy that I would like to leave is a board that focuses on outcomes and engages in strategy planning, strategic, really thinking about the impact that it will have as the impact that it would have on staff and residents. Sometimes we leave out either one. Sometimes we don't think about the impact that has on the staff, and sometimes we don't think about the impact that it has on the residents. And if we could really, when we make plans, don't learn to make human plans and not paper plans. It seems like a lot of, since I've been on the board, it's like a lot of paperwork. And if I spend hours working on X, Y, and Z, and then because of the changes that are coming, that scraps that, then you gotta think about it all over. If you can think about the impact and when a staff person leaves, they shouldn't be leaving all of their knowledge with them. It should be a law where they can, the next person that comes in should be able to hit the road and add to that. I want to leave an add to that. This is what I did, and let's add to that in unity. And when we make our plans and all of that, that's really, really key. How is this going to impact the staff? Are they equipped to do that? How much time is it going to take? And then the residents, let's communicate. If we really don't have a plan, a strategic, whatever y'all call it, effective plan, let's not have a meeting until we really have a plan. So it won't be like, I went to this meeting, this was said, I went to that meeting, this was said, and really, really nothing comes out of that plan. But, and I would like for us to really, 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 really work, and then I want us to be united with the plan. You know, no sideballs and all of that. Make sure that the plan is really for the people, not for the money. Make sure our vision and our mission statement is truly what we are going to be doing, not just trying to make it good. And our city like our, and then I'm going to end, our city partners are very vital, and it should be kind of communicated on all levels, the staff, the residents, and the resident leaders, how important our city officials are. And then we should be trying to be unique, not just like everybody else. We should be a catalyst of the future, that everybody will want to model after us, not we model after we could take some good things, but we need to be unique. The last thing, I might be flat for it, but I'm gonna say it. We need to understand our leaders' objectives and to be able to speak in a manner of respect if we differ from those things. And then the leaders should honor the commissioners that may have a different view without a penalty. And then I'm going to close with that.
Since you're handing me the mic, I wanted to kind of circle back around because, Mr. Chair, I do know that some of the things that we will be able to go on with for its accomplishment is we did accomplish a MBE-DBE policy for participation that was super built, and never in before had RRHA had a policy like the one we have in place now. And we're having people in other venues like the city and the county, whatever's in. How do you do that? How does it work? We have that. It's been effective, and it's on the books. The other thing I wanted to say is that the MBE contractors are now joint venturing with major contractors, major projects for RRHA primes that are talking to them and getting them involved in their jobs like they never did before. So that's something, because we have a compliance group. Now we have a compliance officer in place also that makes sure that gets done. There is a compliance person. We're not just putting this out there and just see how things happen. There is a compliance person. The last I'll say, and most of all, is we have a job program. And that job program has been implemented and is in place, and it's doing some great things, and I'm seeing people excited about that also. Thank you. I'll share that with Mike can share what the job program is, or Ms. Pauline, but that job program is something that years ago, I guess about 10 years ago, we had a job program with RRHA, and I was aware of it. Then I was on this board at all as commissioner, but I was on the outside looking in and some of the things, but it worked in one manner, but now we have it implemented again because Mike and others have shown us that, hey, you need to bring that thing back again. It's an effective way of increasing participation. We're all about participation. We're all about workforce development. And we need to really continue to work on workforce development. I'm pushing hard for that, but that's where I might be beginning.
Yeah, the job order contracting system the board approved last month is now coding, so we're looking at putting those 5 contractors under contract. The beauty of it is that as opposed to having to do specific scopes of work for projects, bid that out and have people basis, we're able to have this procurement using more language. It allows for Charles or Tom, when something comes up, that they can respond to doing some preventive maintenance work without having to have individual scoping of those. But it does, again, provide an incredible opportunity for minority and subcontractors to help build their bonding capacity and to partner as commission partners, to partner with each other and partner with larger contractors. So this particular program, I think, has some benefits outside of just providing some critically needed individual-hour physical inventory. It provides opportunities for young, with smaller contractors to do work, expose them to larger contractors and help with bonding capacity.
5 years from now, I hope the Richmond Redevelopment Housing Authority can leverage its 501c3 nonprofit, the Richmond Development Corporation. Most of the housing authorities in the Commonwealth of Virginia, those that I represent before I got here, are already doing it. As we move from a public housing platform to this new platform, we must do that. Other housing authorities, again, in the Commonwealth of this country, doing it in what way? We have to leverage it to generate non-restricted revenue. We have to. Since the Clinton administration and every president going through fewer and fewer dollars on purpose, because the federal government wants to get out of the public housing business. So we must do what other housing authorities have done. That is to leverage the 501c3 to generate unrestricted revenues. And it is the way in which we can do more on the resident services side, fewer dollars that are coming in that regard. Our employees will change. As you reposition your public housing and you move to a different platform, the types of employees you hire are going to be different because it requires a different set of skills, right? The fact of the matter is just true. Some of the employees that are doing things right now in the organization, when we make that transition, we've got to retrain them for different jobs in the organization when you shift to the new platform. And I hope Jeff Lyons may talk a little bit about that when he gets up. But I think in 5 years, that's going to be critically important. And how we have to retrain many of our employees for those new jobs. Because when you make the transition, lots of the jobs that are in this current platform will not exist. So that I would say that's going to be critically important. We hope that the U.S. Treasury, by the end of this year, gives the RDC its CDFI designation, which we can do a lot of things for home ownership and a way for public housing residents. So that's one thing I think is going to be really critical.
And he had to go there, we had an open forum, go ahead, pick up that mic.
Oh,
I want to keep the conversation, the formalities are.
yeah, but I want to hear from everybody, because I learned when everybody is speaking. But I didn't, you said leverage, how can the board help you leverage? What would you need, what tools would you need to leverage what you need to do?
I'm going to have my colleague assist me in this response, as Jeff Lyons, because he's done this across the country for many housing authorities. But I think one of the things that we're going to have to do, and I'll be meeting, we met with the Gilpin Informed residents recently, and we're bringing them aboard. We're saying your voices are just as important as everyone else's voices. I think one of the things is around messaging. So you recall when people thought in the media a year and a half ago that we were going to lift up the Gilpin Court and put it into this quote unquote private corporation. I think messaging is important, and I think as board members, I think what we need to do first is to, Jeff Lyons, is to educate and share how best we leverage the 501c3. That's one thing, and we can talk a little bit about that. But I'm just going to say messaging is important because people thought, oh, you're shifting this into the private corporation. Well, it's not a private corporation. Yes, it's a private corporation in terms of the IRS tax code, but it's not. It's not-for-profit. But I'm going to shift over to Jeff in a limited amount of time. How ways in which we should be leveraging the RDC and how the board can assist in that regard.
Sure. Thank you. Well, timing is everything. And part of what I think a lot of what's taking place with the retreats that we've been holding is a question. Okay. All right. There we go. With the events we've been holding is trying to come up with a community sense, a common sense of goals, purpose, and understanding. Because, one of the things that I, always am amazed at just how committed, thoughtful, and hardworking members of public housing agency and the board members as well. I mean, there's always exceptions, but the rule is very committed, very hardworking. And so with that, though, comes sort of a sense of risk-taking. And you have to know enough to decide whether you're taking or measuring, especially as a board, an acceptable level of risk. I'll give you a couple of, and this ain't an I told you so, because it ain't that. Because none of us is clairvoyant, we don't know what the future is. But, I get home, get back to my hotel late last night, see some emails from some clients, deal with it in the morning, get up early, very early. I'm an exercise fanatic, and I look at my emails. And there sitting is a notice from HUD. And it was it was dated May 12th, but the first to get it was Miami-Dade County. And what it says is, Trump administration has put forward a budget, and they have now, with their Section 8 budget, they've determined that tenant protection vouchers will not be issued going back 24 months, only 12 months. So that's for large developments like Gilpin, Creighton, and others. Going forward, there will be a significant reduction in housing choice vouchers and protection vouchers. The second thing they said is the administration has decided to reduce the public housing footprint. So you can't, they said, we want to see public housing convert to Section 8 platform. I think we're all on that side. But last, we were talking about deploying your fair cloth units, over 800 units. The administration's budget proposes to take all that away. So with that notice, which is gonna, I imagine it's gonna be circulated widely. The first thing I did is I sent it out to a bunch of people first thing early this morning. Hopefully won't look at it till Monday. But so I bring that up because Mr. Nesmith says, folks were saying we were gonna take Gilpin Court and move it away or put it someplace else or whatever. This position of Gilpin Court was primarily to do something a little less than a Hail Mary, to try and be able to do a disposition and get in before something like this happened, in order to be able to access tenant protection vouchers that will enable us to leverage tens of perhaps $100 million or more. So part of that train has left the station. It's not going to dissuade us. It's what it is. Then we have an RDC, which is a 501c3. 501c3 nonprofit is created to be able to allow a housing authority to be nimble, to be able to access financing, and also generate revenues that will be lost as we reposition our housing authority. So as we reposition, jobs will change. We will become more of an asset management organization. You will decide, as many have, because, fortunately, there's lots of company here. And one of my jobs is to sort of do a little show and tell. Say, here's what somebody else has done. This is what works. Here's what somebody else has done. It didn't work so well. Here's why. Here's what we think. And one of those is I've got housing authorities that, are actively involved in property management. And housing authorities say, given the stresses of property management, it's better to contract. Because when we contract, we can hire, fire, transfer, assign any way we want to. Being a union guy with a union background, love unions, but you know what? You also have to have flexibility. So with that, we make decisions. And I, worked in a highly union regulated housing authority or run a housing authority with unions. So the bottom line is we've got to make business decisions based on the environment that we're in. And contracting in-house always are important things. So the housing authority will transition to an asset management organization. So that's, I think, a couple of illustrations of acceptable level of risk, what you're going to do, and how you're going to go after the leverage money. Hopefully it was helpful.
Yes, it was helpful. Thank you, Chair. I have two more things I want to continue to move through this and stay on our time. One big thing that I haven't heard that we certainly 5 years from now want it to be improved on. Well, we are, for the longest time, we've had issues financially, not gaps in financing, but financially we just haven't been as sound as we desire. But we all are aware at our last audit, we passed that with no issues. That's a big deal. That begins to say how financially astute we are, how good at managing our money we are. And so certainly want that to be maintained. And then also I'd love to see strong philanthropic relationships continue to be built as we continue to manage and show a good stewardship. Those relationships will help us fund our gaps in our development project and some of our own people plan. So I'm definitely looking forward to the Moonshot program taking off and having great success. So in staying with the board discussion here, or our open discussion, so are there any additional priorities or things the board believes should help shape RRHA's direction over the next 5 years? Anyone?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, yes, sir, Mr. Johnson.
yeah, look, good morning, everyone. I'm still having a little problem hearing y'all hearing me on my computer, but I concur with those commissioners who have already spoke up. I think it's important we continue with our community engagement and City Hall engagement, provide the primary function for our organization, and that is to help with redeveloping housing in this city. Um, we're growing. One of the things I'm concerned about is that we recognize that we as an organization are a growing fluid body. And as we have all realized, the objective and the way we do business can change any day. Reestablishing what we put on the table. One of the things I'm concerned about and continue to be concerned about, well, really it's two. The first one is making sure that we are fiscally sound as an organization. That means no red tape, that we are in the black, and also that we continue to provide housing as best we can, as expeditiously as we can. Um, One thing that has come up on my radar screen is code refresh. And code refresh is changing the way that we can do provide housing by allowing properties to be developed, two and three houses on one lot. So, and taking away the administrative quagmire, which keeps you from doing that, to be important. I think a housing authority, need to take care of these new changes. I think we're one of the largest landholding organizations in this town, maybe even the whole metropolitan area. So I want us to stay focused as best we can and be able to adjust as the priorities adjust for everybody else. You're talking about adding some, I think I got this right, $15 development in the city. And us being one of the biggest landlords of the least of these, how can we take advantage of the properties that we hold to, number one, create more flexible dollars to be used, and the land that we hold, how can we take advantage and get the highest and best use out of providing housing? So I think we all have an objective in place, but I do think educating and re-educating ourselves and our staff of how to do it better, and the outcome, finding a solution. Don't keep talking about it and moving the goalposts down. Come up with a good idea. Now, how are we going to implement this? And I think that's very important. I'm very pleased and proud with the expertise that every board member brings to the table. And we all unique, but we all have a perspective. And I think as the board chair stated, we need to speak up and say, not only is this what we are facing, how are we going to do it to make better what we're here to do? And that is to provide housing, to transition housing, and work together to do that. It's not personal. The organization is designed to do what we are striving to do. And my one of my number one priority is to make sure we begin to develop and utilize the property we have under our preview, that we take advantage of that and implement that so that we can get more people in housing. I'm not going to even say public housing, so that we can meet HUD's objective, help the citizens of Richmond, and do it expeditiously. So not only am I looking to do this, how can we do it quicker? And sometimes quicker is not the best way, but how can we let folk know that it don't take 4, 5, or 6 years to get something done? So that's my contribution right now. I'm still having problem. I'm talking through my phone, but because my computer won't let me do it, but that's all right. I'm listening. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So just as a, we've got a couple more minutes in this section, but I want to recap so we understand what we've discussed so far. Commissioner Pitcher, you had a question before I recap. So what I've been hearing so far in terms of our long-term, regarding our long-term direction, there are a couple things. One is safety. Safe and secure communities, that's a desire. Affordable housing contributor, better communicator, creating a model that is duplicatable across the state or anywhere. Job creator for contractors, helping to build community. More sophisticated use of our tools, i.e. our RDC, our nonprofits, so that we can better position ourselves. Messaging, particularly the messaging that comes from the board members, and being well equipped to provide housing efficiency. That efficiency means having units ready and available. That means having a process that doesn't frustrate the person who is looking to receive services. So those are the things that I hear echoing so far. As we move down this outline here, based on the echoing sentiments, which of these goals do we feel is most important to meet RRHA's future direction and success? And so just to give you a review again, you may have forgotten, better positioning RRHA as both a public housing and redevelopment authority. That's one. Number two is resident empowerment and economic mobility. Number three is transparency, accountability, and public trust. Number four is governance and strategic alignment. Number five is better coordination with strategic partners. And based on those goals and what we've just had in our brief discussions, which of those goals do you feel is most important to the future of our organization? Anyone? Number three, Commissioner Brody said transparency, accountability, and public trust are critically important. Anyone else anything different? Okay, Commissioner Pritchard says governance and strategic alliance. Anyone else? Two, I agree with two, resident empowerment and economic mobility. I think for me that hits the heart of what our mission is about, empowering our residents so that we don't have systematic, regeneration of families with the mindset that they always got to have this helpful, but sometimes crutch to be able to move along. And I think an effective housing authority creates housing, creates self-sufficiency, and I like number two. Anyone else? Number three. Okay, our new CFO, David, Mr. Rikas. Is that Greek? Polish. Polish. All right. So, David, if you don't mind repeating what your input is.
All right, it's good. Yeah, I agree with three. I think having the transparency, the accountability, the public trust is a stepping stone to create all of those others, and having our residents believe in us and trust in us that we're going to.
Absolutely, I agree with you. I agree with you. And the interesting perspective is David's job prior to coming to the authorities from the city. So it gives us an insight of what some potentially city employees may think. Transparency, accountability, and public trust. Heard from one of our commissioners earlier, we don't have to agree, but let's have a light mindset. No hidden agendas, no, just be about the work. All right, anyone else?
I just want to say, I agree with that. I think it is number 3. I think all these are credible. I know people live in the city longer than I have. I lived here for 15 years. There is not one project, development, effort that the city has undertaken in which I don't think the criticism has been that the process wasn't transparent. And I've seen more things derailed in the city because of that lack of transparency. And that might be a criticism that I can review. But I think what's important in the process of making sure you're putting in the effort to educate public stakeholders what it is that you're doing. And not even and doing it at an incredibly basic level. Don't assume anything or that people have knowledge or that they have knowledge that you possess. Because if you don't, tell them the why. Probably see it as a non-problem. But even explain the initial first step of this is a wholly owned subsidiary. What does that mean? Where does the control lie? What is the objective? Before you even get to it, you have to lay the ground so that people don't fill in the blanks of what they don't know. And then, as a second step in the process, before the plan or the objective is fully baked, you need to have input. People need to feel heard, that you're listening. And that doesn't mean you have to agree with everything they say. That doesn't mean you have to incorporate all their ideas, but they need to know that you've heard them, you listen to their concerns, and then really that's all you need to say. It's like, I hear you, and we can disagree or we can agree on that, but I heard what you said. And then you move to the communication, because then no one can say that you didn't include the public, that people were left out, or that you weren't transparent. And that's what I'd like to see for this organization, because I've seen, this isn't just a RRHA, it's the city, this is a tremendous number of agencies here in the city that get derailed before you even get started, because you don't have that transparency and accountability. I think it is 3. I think these are all important. I agree. It's the foundation.
Perfect, well said, well said. You're right. Somehow or another, there's transparency and accountability help to just wipe away good opportunity. So we have to be diligent about that. Bishop, would you want to say something? Mike?
Yeah, I really think 3 along with 4, because I believe if we understand the governance and all that entails what we are trying to do, and we align our strategy around that, I think we can do what 3 is asking. If we strengthen our governance and strengthen our strategy and align it with what we're trying to do and understand the outcome. I think we don't understand always the outcome. I think that's the biggest thing, is the outcome. We can message all we want, we can do all we want, but what is the outcome that we really, really, really want to get to? Thank you.
Okay. I'm moving along there. So is it fair to say, sounds like 3 is coming in, pretty powerful, and we've seen some of the past missteps of putting 3 out there. Dare to say that 3 would be where the organization must evolve most significantly in order to achieve its goals. I think when if we take the open court situation as a dashboard example, started out in a process that didn't work too well. I In fact, we got a lot of pushback. You know, the honesty and how we want to go about doing things. And then switch up. And we've embraced collaboration, we've embraced a lot of things that at least for me, feel like that Gilpin situation is so far behind us because we moved such a distance from it. Because we have become more transparent, because we've become more accountable, because we have growing public trust. And it takes time to rebuild. It takes time, but every opportunity we meet, every decision we make that requires public input or just awareness, those are our steps to making the big leap into where we need to be the most transparent, the most accountable, and to have ultimate public trust so that they know that they've got their act together and they're moving the ball down the field. So, all right. Well, according to our schedule, let's take a break now. Is there anyone else who has something that they want to share, some input for us to grow on prior to us taking a 15-minute break? Yes, Dave.
Yeah, not to go back, and I didn't want to interrupt anybody, so I apologize, but for the question of what RHA should be known for 45 years, I think a lot of people talk about a lot of the challenges we face, the opportunities that we have in front of us. These are challenges and opportunities that I can only imagine many housing authorities across the country are facing as well. So what I think, that kind of culminates to what I would like to know is kind of a leader in that change and how we transform. As you said, you do a Google search and you're going to be finding some pretty unique career results. How do we go from that to becoming one of the leaders in change so that other housing authorities can reach out to us and say, what did you do? How did you do that?
Absolutely. Thank you. That's great. Mr. Stuckey. Yes, sir.
I don't know if I need a mic.
Yes.
My voice. I just, what David just said is so important because I think one of the things that being a leader and being an innovator in the industry, the housing authority industry, and right now I feel like we're so disconnected from the industry. We're like an island to itself. If you guys remember 4 years ago, we received the award for resident services. I'm not tooting my own boy, but my staff does an amazing job. And the only reason I knew that we would be able to win that award was because I was at the conferences, national conferences, NARO, served in different places. And I had seen some of the resident service award winners for large housing. And I knew we were doing good work here in Richmond. And we submitted our application, and then McKay, we won the award. So I think that's something that's so important that we're in the years that we are seeing in the industry, as David talked about, as a leader and innovating. And I think one of the things that's so important, we have to get connected. Staff has to get connected, commissioners have to get connected to the commissioners conference and all those things and see, because another thing I'm so amazed at is when I go to those conferences and I go out and I look, and they always have tours of the housing that they're redeveloping and doing. Years ago, I was in Chicago and they had a partnership. They were putting public housing, housing choice voucher housing connected to the public library right over top of it. Just innovative and creative ways in which things are happening in the industry. If we're not connected, then we won't know what's happening. And so I think it's important as commissioners, as leaders, that we actually see what's happening in the industry. And so then we'll be better able to position ourselves. And as David said, talk about a leader, when you have that query, these amazing things come up because of things that we're doing here in Richmond. So it's really interesting that David said that. So I had to raise my hand once he spoke up.
That's a very powerful subject matter because I don't feel as if we take advantage of all of the educational opportunities that exist. And I want to talk about that because prior to, I just got back with CEO Stephen from Yeah, from, the chambers. That's right, Cal, yeah. But, so the three of us went and, I would like for all commissioners to be able to, we have budgeted, line item budget, so that we can take educational, advantage of the educational tools that are out there. So it was an extraordinary opportunity to meet with other city leaders, to see some of the housing transformation that that particular city has gone through. But more importantly, to be able to come back and share as a group what that experience was like, so that if Vice Chair was not able to go, we come back and debrief the board, and we help expand that learning so that all of us are on the same wishing page. So you'll hear more about that because there are line item budgets. And this is my fourth year, this is my first opportunity to take it. So I want to make that board dashboard available. All right, well, next, there's no one else. Take a little body break, stretch your legs a little bit. See you back at 10 o'clock.
You told her she could go? Did you tell her? Okay. Oh, yeah, we were talking about this.
Yeah, but I think she said they said she could leave at 11. I'm not sure, but she went out there and talked to her. When he stepped out, she did go out there and talk to her. I didn't.
I'm trying to be on one foot. Oh my God.
break time. We're ready to come back on in. So that's the case. We will turn the attention over to the podium with Ms. Kim.
Unmute. You recording? I never started. I'm not busy. Huh?
So we're going to move forward with this call, and then we're going to circle back here. If you all, the questions that were answered or stated that first part, we'll have an opportunity to circle back.
So the fact that there's additional session speaks volumes. I guess the breadth and the depth and the interest and the engagement that happened. I thought the first session was great. So what we're going to do right now, breadth, we're going to go into the bridge part of the day. We spent time in between, right? The board's strategic priorities, your vision. Now we're going to move into how we effectuate that vision. But what we want to first retreat. There were several sure that resilience. It is key that we are a resilient agency. Narrative and public trust. Huge goal, vision that you guys were talking about today. It seemed like everyone was focused on the importance of that in terms of us being successful. Resident and stakeholder communication. And finally, partnerships and leverage. Again, 4 key things that came out of the last retreat. Again, even though it's focused on redevelopment, themes that we need to make sure that are in place and are woven throughout our strategic plan to make sure that we are successful. And so with that, I'm going to hand it over to Jeff Lyons and Tag Associates. So he's going to talk about our transition and what we're going to be talking about today from where we want to go, which is what we just talked about, to how we get there. Mr. Lyons.
Good morning, Commissioners. And it's great to be here and to have the opportunity to participate in this upcoming retreat, or this current retreat from the last one. And so before I sort of get started, I want to sort of frame a little bit sort of what it is the last retreat was designed to do and what this one is designed to do. Last retreat was a great deal of information and education that was done with a substantial amount of research, analysis, and effort on the part of the RRHA team. And we presented that so that folks would understand what the implications were of redevelopment, what was involved in redevelopment, and how daunting the overall redevelopment of the Big Six and the repositioning of the RRHA portfolio would be. That was to help inform this is here to help basically promote an exchange so that we can have a more common sense of understandings and commitment to the goals in which we have or modify them. So as we sort of look to the framework today, we look at number one, there's a connection between the board's goals and the draft of the 5-year strategic plan, which today is to help refine those goals and make them a bit more specific and ingrained in how we're going to proceed in the future. We want to validate the alignment of what our goals are for our plan. It's important. I think we've got an overall theme here. I think Chairman Jackson hit on it this morning. There's a great deal of interdependence and need for compatibility between what it is we're going to do. But those things we're going to be doing administratively line up with those things we're going to be doing from the standpoint of reinvesting and repositioning our portfolio to those things in which we align our information technology related to the types of data and information we're going to need to go forward in a unified and coherent manner. We need to identify gaps, concerns, and trade-offs. Basically try and surface any missing areas in our plan that we need to think about and consider. And then we need to strengthen the plan's long-term focus so that we are really dealing with a 5-year plan that will in fact build upon an overall vision and where we want to lead the agency in the long term. And in many respects, having been in this business a while, and having been in various positions, one of the things I've always said, and I would have this conversation with advocates, I say, not only do we have to be concerned about our residents and the community today, we are, and I think a testament to what we have, building for folks who haven't even been born yet. So, and that was to me a very important, recognition and understanding. And I think it provides a context that all of a sudden folks have a different view of what it is that we're trying to accomplish here. It's multi-generational, and for some of us, including me, been working in public housing longer than some folks in this room have been alive. And that I think is a testament to the fact that we are looking towards the future. And the future is today, tomorrow, 20, 30 years from now, because we're going to be building assets that we expect to be around for multiple decades. So we want a strategic alignment. I mean, one of the things too that I think is also important, and this is a real diametric here. And one is that, for example, we want a strategic plan that is dynamic. We don't want something that's static. We want it to be resilient. We want it to be able to respond to changing conditions. We want to think about goals, objectives, and tasks that all make sense in terms of trying to take us someplace. But what we also need to do is we also don't want to make it so that every time we don't do something or get somewhere we want to be, not that we don't want to be too timid to have to change course and find different ways. We also don't want to be in a position where we use dynamism to sort of replace accountability. So we've got to have clear goals, and we've got to have deliberate processes in which that takes place. So with organizational readiness and long-term organizational impact as our guide in that regard. A few things to keep in mind. The goals that we're discussing today are not final, but drafts, and will continue to evolve through discussion and feedback to include the Resident Advisory Board. Part of, I think, one of the things that was emphasized today that we've learned the hard way is the issue of transparency. So we need to make sure that we know what it is we want to convey, and we want to convey it in a way in which our consumers, constituency, partners can offer input and understand. So many of our themes overlap. I mean, for example, we're looking at Resident services. Resident services, is a fundamental part of transforming communities. It's a fundamental part of economic uplift that come with redevelopment. Part of the issue is that, you really don't have a housing authority if you don't have an asset. But you really don't have a purpose unless you are recognizing that you're serving residents and that they are all the ultimate consumers of the services that we're providing and the real estate. It is a nexus that's very important to keep. Some of the things that we're going to raise today, as indicated here, are going to require some additional planning and research. Part of this is, as I said, it's a dynamic aspect of trying to get the work done that we have. It's got to evolve, and circumstances change. I mean, we find it all the time. And events will cause us to change, much like the one that I relayed today anecdotally. So staff will come back and present a 5-year plan for board approval. Once we go back and revise, the goal is in July of 2026, so that between May the 16th, the board meeting in July, we've got a lot of work to do, and we've got to make sure that we solicit input from all of our partners, and that we make sure that the board knows what it is, the information we've gathered, so that they can provide guidance. At the end of the day, the board is in fact the policy-making body. Where we are going with our goals relates to policy. How we get to those outcomes relates to implementation. That's the staff. The relationship between the board and the staff is clear. Without guidance on policy, we can't carry out those activities we need to in order to achieve the outcomes that we're looking for. And at the end of the day, it's all about outcomes. There's no shortage, and I'll be the first to raise my hand, of good rhetoric. But good rhetoric has to be accompanied with outcomes and achievements. And that's what we have to do, because we've had, I've been familiar with the Richmond Redevelopment Housing Authority for a very long time. I go back to, my good friend Rick Gentry when he was here. He was a good manager, Maybe he was the last good manager until Mr. Nesbitt, but I can't say for sure because I've been tracking that a lot. But the bottom line is, from my point of view, one of the things you do is with your old consultant, you can sort of say things, sort of get away with it. And I take advantage of that. But from my perspective, we have to be in sync. We have to be able to operate. We have to be able to manage. We have to be able to have accountability within our structure. And with that, I think give people a sense of confidence of the organization, so that when you are confronted with making risk decisions, and you will be, in terms of transforming your public housing, this will not be for the faint of heart. It just simply will be. If you are of the faint of heart, you will be sure that Gilpin Court will look just like it does now, but maybe older and worse. You cannot go into redevelopment. I'm not talking about recklessly and irresponsibly. I'm talking about with the notion that there will be some measure of risk in terms of going out, seeking financing, seeking partners, seeking pathways to getting things done. And there's lots of stakeholders here, and everybody has their own agenda. But that's not particularly anything bad. What it means is that everybody has a perspective. And I think, as the commissioner said a little while ago, it doesn't mean you have to incorporate what everybody says. Make sure that people hear what you are saying. So that is part of this plan. And, I got to tell you, the nice thing about being a consultant, I always walk in and I say, well, now, I'm the first word, and you, the client, are the last word. So in some respects, this is a little interesting Because with all the stakeholders, you can say, okay, we want to let you have the first word so that we can decide what's the best way to have the last word. And I think it's how you frame it. It will be how I think it's received. But at the end of the day, it's really the truth. So maybe we can flip to the next slide. There we go. So part of it is, and as I sort of spent a great deal of time, in strategic planning sessions over the years, and I just want to simply say it again. I mean, one of the things, I guess, if I was responding to Jess's cup of coffee, the one thing I was thinking, I said, it doesn't seem like it's the right time to say it, but maybe it does now, and that is, I have had the incredible privilege to know some incredible people. And this whole field has brought up so many talented individuals, committed individuals who have achieved so much. And in fact, in many respects, what we are here with the blessing is on their shoulders with which we stand. There are a lot of people going all the way back to John Steinman at the New York City Housing Authority, and Harry Spetz, who had the guts and courage to be the first receiver of the Housing Authority, to incredible legislators, Republicans and Democrats, who have taken a stand to enable us to have the resources that we have. From Teddy Kennedy to Christopher Bond in Missouri, for those who know. He was probably one of the most incredible housing senators in the 90s. He was a Republican, very strong supporter. So as we look at that, I'd say I have been blessed to have and to work with such incredible people. And it's been very invigorating. When I feel a little bit, discouraged, I think about that. Those who are here for the past and the present. So I think that's extremely important. So as I look at goals, objectives, and tasks, which we call here initiatives and actions, I think it's important to understand that. So we're working towards a goal. So, in some respects, during our tenure, maybe even our lifetime, some of these goals may truly not be fully achieved. We want to transform public housing in Richmond. We will improve public housing in Richmond. But as we learned the last time, if we have, $50 billion, we could maybe transform all public housing. So we have difficult decisions to make. How do we solicit the types of resources that we need, and how do we prioritize? So as we include redeveloping the Big Six, there's a whole lot of decisions that go into that. And that's where that leads to objectives. We have to decide what objectives we are going to pursue in trying to reach our goal and moving toward our goal in the best possible way. We're going to execute on Gilpin, it looks like. We are executing on Creighton. We are moving to execute on Mosby. But it doesn't look like, unless we do some interesting things, and maybe the risk appetite isn't there, maybe it's not a good idea. But we're not going to execute on Hillside, Fairfield, and Wickham all at the same time. There just ain't enough to do that. So, and we're not going to get rid of affordable housing in Richmond. I think that's a great thing. The board's committed to preservation of affordable housing. The city's committed to preservation of affordable housing. I think that's great. So that we will have objectives to tie to the goal in that respect. And then there are various initiatives and there are action steps, which will be comprised of tasks. And those tasks will be the steps that, for example, resident services will take, housing operations will take, because if we aren't going to be pursuing large-scale redevelopment in some sections of a development or in certain others, we're going to have to engage in stabilization. We want to provide decent, safe, and sanitary housing in the longest possible term that we can until we can reposition that housing. That creates a great deal of stress on the organization, because if it were easy, anybody can do it. we have to be the ones that can do it. So we have to figure that out. What private partners, what might we use in terms of private assistance? What might we do in terms of public assistance? What might we do in terms of going to get resources so we can run this housing in the long term? All those things are extremely important as we go through, and they will be occurring in a dynamic way for which we will be accountable in real time. So I would want to make sure that we emphasize that as we go through. Because again, this is not for the faint of heart. And we got to have an organization that's strong enough. And again, the RRHA for a long time was not strong enough to think about this. In some respects, it may not be strong enough in certain areas. And that'll be part of our challenge to get there, or to find supplemental ways to do it. So as that we go through, we have various action steps and we'll execute. We've got to make sure that our communication of this plan, of the challenges we faced, the issues we're trying to confront, truly are communicated to those who perceive themselves as beneficiaries or responsible for our outcomes, whether that be City Hall, whether that be HUD, whether that be various community institutions like the Union University, as I think Chairman Jackson said, and CEO Nesmith. They are as much affected as many others because they're right here in the cradle of the Jackson Ward. And so we have to realize that that is a major concern. And that's a very positive thing. And the reason why I say it's a positive thing is, so way back 30-some years ago, when I was basically the manager of the National Commission on Severely Distressed Public Housing, we undertook a lot of research. Some of those things are still relevant today. And one of the things that we found was inherent in virtually every distressed community in America was the theme of institutional abandonment. Those very institutions that make a community strong and healthy, everything from an ATM machine, a bank, a grocery store, medical facilities, they all disappear. And who's left? Warehouses of the poor in declining conditions, for which we got to then argue that there should be public investment, which everybody in the private sector doesn't want to have anything to do with that investment. You have to find a way to make that happen. So the good thing is we actually have private institutions like a university that wants to make things happen, that actually perceives those residents as having value and their community as having value, and their continued role, rather than being expunged, to be an important asset and an important aspect of their community. I use them as an example. They're not the only ones, but that is something that I think is very important for Richmond, and so that's why we're here today. So I got one more slide. Moving along, and I'm going to do just that. And so, so how this goals discussion will work? We've got the goals and objective overview. We've got 4 major goals here, and we've got some very talented folks that are part of the staff that are going to be doing that presentation. We're going to try and discuss these objectives and get board feedback and input, and then we're going to use that feedback to essentially form and revise the strategic plan. Any questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you. Thank you. Always good to have expertise. So next we have the review. I turn it over to Ms. Cole.
Hello? 1, 2, 1, 2. All right. We are now going to move into the review of proposed strategic goals and objectives, the how we get to the vision part of the conversation. And we're going to start with goal 1. And we're going to ask Mr. Ralph Stuckey to take us through this this exercise of validation and alignment.
Good morning, everybody, again. So just Jessica, I wasn't able to tell you my favorite thing that I enjoy doing most. I'm kind of dressed for the occasion, so soon I leave here, I'm going to the golf course. I have tea time. Trying to get Mr. Nesbitt, I know Jeff talked about doing exercise. We're trying to get Mr. Nesbitt involved in some outside activities. He's obsessed with his girlfriend. I'm not so sure she's obsessed with him, but I think they're in a relationship, so we're hoping to do that soon, maybe in year 4 or 5. But this is exciting because the #1 goal for RRHA strategic goal is to empower residents to achieve self-sufficiency, long-term housing stability, connecting families to high-quality service, strengthening leadership opportunities, and expanding pathways to homeownership and other sustainable housing options. So if you turn to the next slide. I mean, that's a mouthful. That is a mouthful. How could you write it all down? And it's a mouthful. It's simple, but it's not easy.
Can I add real quickly? Have a little technical difficulty. All these slides, you have a copy of them in your binders as well. So we'll catch up. The technology will catch up. But if you want to refer to the slides as Ralph is going through them, you look at them in the binder.
Yeah, so I'm going to go to page 17 in your binder. Slide. 17 in the slide deck. So everybody's there? Yeah. Okay. So empower residents to achieve self-sufficiency and long-term housing stability by connecting families to high-quality services, strengthening leadership opportunities, and expanding pathways to homeownership and other sustainable housing options. So just sit with that for a moment. And if you look at goal validation, just think just for a moment, and we need to answer this question. Does this goal reflect the right resident-centered direction for RRHA over the next 5 years? And is anything important missing from the goal or its overall emphasis?
That's you.
Think about what self-sufficiency means, long-term housing stability, connecting families to high-quality services, strengthening leadership opportunities, and expanding pathways to homeownership and other sustainable housing options. What may be things we need to add? Or are there any distractions?
Can we contribute at this point?
Yes, we're ready to contribute at this point.
Well, we've been talking a lot, and I've been talking to members of city council as we and other stakeholders, when Commissioner Elliott and Chair and I were in Phoenix. What I would add here is addressing the barriers to get to self-sufficiency. Huge. You know, Ralph, some of you in the room don't know, I've designated Ralph to be in charge of and the lead person for the agency's people plan, which you'll hear about later on when the mayor talks about when we make the joint announcement. Ralph will be the lead representative for the agency and what will be the people plan. So if you think about what's missing here is a intentional but very specific plan to address those barriers to self-sufficiency. That's what I would say around mental health, around healthcare disparities, and to get them. And once we had a small pilot program around free job training, free jobs. One guy in Bozeman came to me, man, sometimes I just can't get out of bed. I just don't get out of my room. And I have another issue. How can I go to self-sufficiency training? So I think that is what's missing that we need to add to address all those barriers to get to them.
So one of the things that I think is important is when we go through this process and understanding, we want everyone to share, but also understanding that the devil is in the details. And so when we start looking at the big overarching goal versus when we get into the details of how we accomplish that, we're going to note all of these things, but recognize that sometimes we can get too far down in the details before we actually solidify the real big goal that we need to share with everybody. Yes, Clay.
On that note, I'll pull my phone.
Oh, please.
No, right.
No, please.
Okay. So,
Yes,
So, and I may be jumping ahead, and I've heard the people plan, which is great. We have to start with our residents. But actually sitting down, cohorts, bringing our residents to the table, hearing hearing firsthand what their barriers are and how we address that. Because I think someone mentioned earlier, residents have to be feel like they're a part of the process, a part of the plan. So I think that's very important. Actually sitting down with them. I know we've done surveys and things of that nature. But we want to talk, we want to have a dialogue. So they feel like my suggestions, my opinions matter.
Right, yeah. And so, because I'm actually recording, I think someone else is recording.
Yeah.
But I'm going to
The
go
mic
fashion way.
yes.
Yeah. Mr. Williams. Share your thoughts. Mr. Williams is a 30-year industry professional here at Richard Regional Housing Authority, leads our public housing division, among other things. Does an outstanding job. He's also a member of Kappa Psi, and he is a college championship CIAA basketball player. I don't know if Mr. Nesbitt actually at American University won a championship. We just saw the picture of him being dunked on by Georgetown greats. But Mr. Williams, you have a thought.
I played Division I basketball.
You didn't win though, champion. Champion.
Well, I think everybody has said, take the plan. I think the people plan is going to be extremely important. And one of the things that we spoke about earlier, transparency. Because without transparency, you don't have it. One of the things that Commissioner Fishford mentioned is putting things on paper, and then when one administration leaves, another administration comes on, and you just have a lot of people. I think I've been here a long time, and I've seen a lot of people. So hopefully we're at a point where we actually can make things come to fruition. Because if we don't, that transparency that we talk about, it's not going to be there. I think Commissioner Fishford talks from the experience of being a resident. So she's seen a lot of the different initiatives. Some of them have come, but not a lot of them have actually happened. So I think that we need to make sure that we get something that actually happens, opposed to having a good dog and pony show.
Okay. So transparency is a reoccurring theme that we keep hearing about transparency. And so one of I think it's very important, and I think this is a good step in the process. Because since I've been here, I don't know about you, Mr. Williams or Calandra, but this has been the first time that we've had a strategic plan developed in conjunction with the staff to talk about. This has been my experience. I may not have been a part of it, but this is the first time I can recall that this is happening in recent years. So therefore, once there's change at the CEO level, or if there are changes, then the board still has a document to move forward with. right, so, yes, ma'am.
Going back to your goal back. Thank you, Ralph. I'm going to get it again. There we go. Going back to, goal validation, and we've been using, the Cohen phrase, the people plan. And really, that has come out, in recent months as it relates to Gilpin. And we have got to find, I would recommend that whatever is doable for Gilpin, that we find a way to incorporate, if not all aspects, but some of those aspects we duplicate for our other redevelopment efforts, because our partners at the city will be looking for that. Maybe it will not be as broad as a full-fledged people plan for Gilpin, but there are certain attributes or components that must be done for each of our properties. Mosley is right up next, it really is ahead of Gilpin. So what are we gonna adopt for Mosley Court? What are we gonna adopt for whatever we go next? So I think those are things, and I think another thing, whenever we do build first projects, we've got to have that process has to start, and the timing of when we implement a people plan, many people plan, hybrid plan. I think all those are things that are important. And to have some ongoing funding for it, that we do, because that's what we have to do. It is central to our mission. Thank you.
We're gonna have this work. You have a microphone. Before you start, let me say this. The goals that we're trying to have here is not just goals for development, redevelopment. It's really the guiding principles and goals, how we're going to serve and resident service our residents. Giving them these opportunities to achieve self-sufficiency, to have long-term housing stability, and connect them to high-quality services. It's not just for redevelopment, but also for them to sustain themselves and live a self-sufficient and quality life in housing, in public housing construction program, wherever they decide that they want to reside. So I don't want us to just focus on the people plan, but just really look at how we want to serve our families in a very intentional way, so they will have the highest quality of life available to them.
And I agree.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, draft goal. I understand what you're saying in this, but what confused me was strengthening leadership opportunities in relationship to what you have already written. And then you say expanding paths to homeownership. You say strengthening leadership opportunities. In my opinion, that could be kind of striked out and maybe put it on another goal. And because to me, it got me confused, because you say empowering residents to achieve self-sufficient and long-term housing stability by connecting families to high-quality services, strengthening leadership opportunities. To me, that's a whole different ballgame. And then you say expanding pathways to home ownership and other sustainable housing options. To me, those are like 5 or 6 goals right into, and that's goal 1, right? To me, that's so much compacted. And to me, it should be kind of broken down maybe in bullets, like goal 1, but these are the bullets. And we need to know, what does that look like, strengthening leadership opportunities? What does that look like to the residents? That's all but I love the sentiments of the draft goal. Goal 1. And to answer that question, does it reflect the right resident-centered direction for RRHA? Depending on funding, I agree, depending on funding, if we have funding enough to do what we would like to do in that goal, yes, it does reflect the right resident-centered direction for RRHA over the next 5 years, but I think that it should be broken down into bullets, more so than compacting it all into one. Thank you.
Okay, so that's I understand what you're saying. Instead of having one sentence, have it broken out into bullets. Empower residents to achieve self-sufficiency, long-term housing stability, connecting families to high-quality services, strengthening leadership opportunities, expanding pathways to homeownership, and other sustainable housing options. Most of this one.
Yeah.
Because basically what happens is, once we get to the objectives, we have to break them out and deal with it in the objectives.
The how-to.
The how-to. That.
You would do the thing about it.
Okay.
That's a 10. I got it. Okay, I got it. Good. I got this. I'm gonna read all of that. If it was given to me, I know it won't be. It's just a draft. Will be. Yes. Okay, so now. The first time I was saying, it's not giving it to you, no need to say that. Also, we have comments all through, or are we gonna have a moment where we have comments, be able to speak and say things? And that way I know, like, I can jot things, say things. Throughout.
Yeah, so let me, yeah, so what we said in the beginning, Commissioner McCray. Yeah, so what we said in the beginning of the meeting was that the first retreat, it was more presentation, although we did a Q&A in between. This one is totally different. In the morning, you were here in the morning, there was lots of back and forth. The public people said exactly what they said. So it's right now, that is what this is all about.
I think there was some other discussion earlier about making sure that everything is plain, that our residents clearly understand what the objective is. So thank you, Commissioner Bishop, for that. Just make it very plain. Yes, sir.
I don't want to be redundant. I think the goal is intact. I think how we present it so that folks can understand it better. That makes sense. And the how-tos, that may be to address it, but over the span of 5 years, understanding what where we're transitioning to. We've got the mind of a developer, if you will, so we have to have the foresight to say these things need to happen to ensure success of these folks once this indefinite transition happens. So I like the goal, but the feedback sounds like maybe how we articulate it is
You give a bit visual.
I wanted to put an input on that, because I feel like I might be the only one to the table. I was going, but from hearing what I'm hearing right now, it sounds like we're repeating. It's kind of agitating. But my question is,
these plans that we're talking about have been plans we've already been talking about and goals we've already talked about. And the question is, are they even going to be accomplished? Is the question. It goes, yes. But I hate to say, you hear something over and over and over and over like it's broken record. I'm not even being funny. But are they going to be accomplished?
And I think, I agree with you, that's critically important. And I think one way that we can begin to look at, there's a lot of activity that's transpiring on any given day at that moment. I think what we have to do, once we've identified goals and the how-tos, then I think it's good stewardship if we come back and we, based on what we've accomplished, like we put out what we did in July, or what we did in April last month, to be able to speak to in a separate, potentially separate document that says we hit these steps, 1, 2, and 3, and it impacted residents, ex-residents moving toward this goal. But these are things that we have to do. So the lip service time is past. I know you're out there on the front line on a daily basis, so you can tell us whether or not we're actually hitting these strides. The measurable results will tell us whether we're hitting these strides. And if the measurable results indicate we're hitting these strides, then it should be easily observed from an outsider that we're progressing toward this, right? So at the end of the day, the rubber's got to meet the road, and we've got to be able to see measurable results to speak directly to each one of our goals to tell us whether or not we're successful.
You said outside, repeat the end, outside.
So what we want to do, I know it sounds like a lot, and I believe there's activity corresponding to each one of these goals, but what we've got to do, potentially a better job of doing, is measuring the results so that they directly speak to the goal. Like there are things that resident services are doing now that will help this goal be achievable for our residents. Follow me? All right. And then if we get measurable results, we get it all the time. Like
So what you're saying is that after that, come back, say. So basically, the retreat is for them to tell us their goals and objectives, and then they're gonna come back later and say what they have accomplished, not today, but it's gonna be on another day.
So our CEO will give us the format of how they're going to report their findings to us, all right? But it should be in real time. I don't know that we should have to wait until another quarter to get the information that, we are effective on these goals. It might be good, but we've got to, let's see what the operational reporting will look like so we can measure.
So, good question, Commissioner Gray. So 2 things I'm going to distinguish from what the Board and Commissioners give me each year and have given me. It says, this is what the board wants you to accomplish. These are the goals and objectives. Each year I submit those to the board, as I did last November. And those things are goals that the board has given me, and I show whether or not I've accomplished them or if I didn't. Separate that out to this exercise. This exercise is different. This is, what are the 5-year strategic goals aspirationally we think we need and should accomplish. And so what these, the last retreat and this retreat is about, is laying out in an aspirational way. These are things that this agency must achieve. Then we go out and we share, and the board has this robust discussion. And then after that, we go to the residents, the RAB, we go to them. We get all that input. Then it's got all this body of work, right? You hear recording is going to come back to this board, I think in July, something like that. Then what's going to happen is you're going to have a document in front of you that represents all the aspirational goals for the next 5 years. Then there's only then and only then can you sit down and say, what's doable, what's not doable, what can be done in 30 days, 60 days, a year, 1 year, 3-year and year 5, because not everything will be done at the same time. So this is more of a strategic goal, looking in an aspirational way. So I'm going to come back to this board, and then we will then triage and say, what can be done in year 1, what can we do? Mike Kelly.
Yeah, if I could just, on that issue, excellent point. The final recap that Kim can take us to before the day's out here is just that, answering that question. So, today we're looking to get board, comments and buy-in and feelings so that staff after today will now be able to synthesize this into more, very specific goals and more, as importantly, very specific objectives. What Jeff shared with a minute ago is that there are basically tasks and initiatives and a bunch of stuff that goes on to really meet an objective. There's a bunch of objectives that need to happen to meet the goal. And so there will be, we haven't talked about the cadence of it, but there will be regular, probably quarterly reporting on progress toward meeting the board goals. That will be back to the topic of transparency. We will either make it or miss it. If we make it, we make it. If we miss it, we have to explain why we missed it. So there will be an opportunity before this retreats out to answer that question in more detail.
Right, so excellent discussion. I just would like to hear from one person I haven't heard from today, Commissioner Brody. I haven't heard from you today outside of good morning. Please give us your thoughts and some input on what we have here, validation of this goal.
We don't offer, need a mic.
We don't have any objections to this goal. I'm one person who has benefited from the program. I haven't completed the program, but I started. So I think it's good.
Your team resident services.
You know it.
That's what I was getting at. She's team resident services. All right, so now let's take a look at some of the objectives and get some input on the objectives on page 18. As we break out the goals into these objectives, objective 1, we're on the screen as well. Strengthening residents' access to coordinated services and community-based resources that support housing stability, education, workforce participation, health, and overall family well-being. How does that objective, do you think it reflects truly RRHA commitment to a 5-year goal of helping out residents? Number 1, strengthen resident access to coordinated services and community-based resources that support housing, stability, education, workforce participation, health, and overall family well-being.
To me, they're self-explanatory and it's well written. It's to the point. So, and I think that RRHA, if funding is available, and if the politics still is in favor, I think that that's really, really. I think that it can be achieved, and I think it reflects what must be true to the strength and the resident opportunities and long-term goals and stabilities over the next 5 years.
Increasing opportunities for resident leadership, engagement, and participation in shaping RRHA programs, services, and community initiatives. I'm just going to read them all, then we'll have a discussion. Expanding pathways that support long-term housing stability, increase economic mobility for residents and voucher participants, strengthening partnerships and programs alignment to better connect residents to opportunities both within RRHA communities and across the broader Richmond region. And remember, these objectives are still broad. This is not what a road meets the road. This is not the work. but we want to clearly have some objectives that we are trying to reach in serving our residents. So do these objectives reflect what must be true for RRHA to strengthen resident opportunity in long-term housing stability over the next 5 years? We know Commissioner Brody's team resident services, so we're excited about that. Any other input from, I know Commissioner Elliott loves our program, our STEM program. Any other input? And Commissioner Parker is participating in a lot of our STEM programs and activities, but on these objectives right here, they reflect what must be true for RRHA to strengthen resident opportunity over the next 5 years.
I have a question, as it pertains to the objectives in general, are these 4 objectives things that we've currently doing or have done in the past that yielded positive results? We're carrying those over, or are these observations of things that we could have done better that we now are going to institute to completing this
So we have programs in these different areas, and we have done these programs well, but now we're being very more intentional in packaging what we're doing and moving it forward, so we'll be able to better serve our residents. For example, we have called the Family Self-Sufficiency Program. And this is one of our flagship programs that actually give residents an opportunity to join the program, develop an escrow account, as well as once they complete the program, it's a 5-year program. It has goals and objectives. And once they complete that program, they generally, and the escrow is based on their ability to increase their income. Example would be, you making your rent is $100 a month. You could increase $2,000 in your pay per month. And then your rent now is 30% of your income, right? So now roughly it's going to be $600. So $500, portion of that will be put into an escrow account. And over a 5-year period, that money will accumulate. And you have goals that you must obtain. Once you graduate from the program, obtain your goals, you will receive that money. And so that could be, I think we just recently had a resident receive $15,000 from the escrow. They completed, got an associate's degree, got a car. And so those are the things that help people move to self-sufficiency so that they can actually have long-term housing stability. They could possibly move into market rate housing. We've had residents come through their program, participate in home ownership, purchase homes, and those types of things. So we have the programs, but what we want to do here is package and be very clear and intentional on our delivery of services to our residents.
All right, so I have a question. Of the participants now, what estimated percentage of our residents are participating? And if that number is low, what are we looking to do to increase the number of overall participants, and so that we show a larger success? Because I believe these points are working well, but I'm not sure that I'm hearing. Going back to some of the reporting over the last years, I know that we've got a steady group of participants. But in order for this to be a realized, achieved goal, we need to have, as I like to say, mass appeal. So what would you say the statistics look like now, since this is building on some of the previous successes?
In some of our programs, probably our adult programs, we probably have maybe 10% participation for our students. So you're talking about roughly 300 or 400 people participating in our adult program. We have many more in our youth programming. So those are the things that happen. So there are a lot of dynamics because everything is optional.
Yes.
And so one of the things that happens is, especially as we move, and that's why there's so much emphasis on redevelopment. Because once we move toward redevelopment, residents are going to have to be more participatory in order to move to more stable housing and homeownership. So that's kind of where the 2 programs actually align.
Yeah.
Is what we're trying to do in terms of that. So it was just kind of, in some ways, redevelopment is a blessing for our resident services department to get more participation in the program as people talk about the people plan. But so those are the kind of things that happen. And so because the programs are not mandatory, we can't mandate people to participate. And so it's always an option for individuals to participate.
I agree and see what you're saying because of this redevelopment project where we're demolishing. A lot of folks will come into the fold of what we have going on. So, because at the end of the day, you know, those measurable results also, you know, the observation is how many people. We can say if it's just 10%, then we really aren't as effective in achieving our goals we would want to be. That's
right. You know, there are also other variables that impact our resident participation. And so one of the things that's important is it's also on our housing and leasing, and also our quality of our housing. All those things in terms of impact people's attitude about participating and wanting to be involved and believing, right? Helping residents believe that they can achieve is so very important.
And that's what I say. The reason why we're asking folks to speak into the microphone is because this is being recorded. As we part and parcel of the document that we come back, we're going to bring before you. So that's why we're trying to ask everyone to speak in the microphone.
I just wanted to know, of the draft objectives, including the housing choice voucher, was this more so for the transitioning of public housing?
Yeah, well, I work very specifically for public housing. But where they intersect is that oftentimes when we're actually doing redevelopment, housing choice vouchers are involved, and so all the different tenant protection vouchers, so that's where they intersect in terms of programming. So our housing choice voucher program, they don't have a resident services department. They don't have the funding for that, for those kind of services. So they don't have a whole resident services department like low-income public housing. So many of our residents in our ACV program, they actually connect more with outside services than actually with resident services in public housing.
Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to check and see this. It may be a different discussion at another time. While I agree with the goal and the objectives, I was kind of thinking along the same lines of what Mr. Messner said earlier. At what point do we address those barriers to get to this point? Because if we're talking, just specifically, residents transitioning and improving themselves to the point where they can afford their own house or rent or something of that nature outside of our program, the way that everything has been trending over the past number of years is that cost of rent, that cost of housing is continually increasing at a very rapid rate. So while these objectives, I agree with 100%, at what point do we start looking at those barriers and addressing how we draft these objectives and the goals of those programs so that we can break through those barriers and allow them to reach that goal?
It's a very good question. That's a question that whenever Mr. Nesbitt tells us about one of his beautiful plans, I always talk to him about how are we going to operationalize it. That's the question. So we're getting down into the operations of it. So traditionally what happens is in our programming, what we do is with our residents, we do assessment, meet with them individually and do an assessment. And in that assessment, we actually ask questions to ascertain all that information, to see what challenges they have, what barriers they have. And then once we get that, we develop a plan with the residents. And once we utilize that plan, we refer them out for services and supports that they need in order to move forward. So that's kind of, in a nutshell, how we get to the nitty gritty of addressing issues and looking at what needs to happen, because it's a magical formula that we utilize. It simply is where you are today as a resident. Okay? What is your current condition as your family, your situation, your educational level, and then it's where, what do you want? What is your goal? What do you want to accomplish? And then is how. How do we get you there? So that's where the simple way in terms of addressing the barriers is in terms of that. We do quite a few assessments in terms of understanding our residents. And there are just demographic things we know about our residents. We know their educational level for the most part. We know their income level. We know if they're employed, if they're not currently employed, and all those things right there. So when we go into a meeting with a resident one-on-one, we have a general idea, and then we actually interview them, and we get the other information we need. And we get them to commit to a goal, actually 3 goals, in our FSS program to actually support them over the 5 years. And we create an environment where they can take advantage of that, which is very, very important.
If I may, in terms of operationalizing these 4 goals, so let's go really quickly in the interest of time. It says, so is resident service currently doing these 4 things? Rob said, absolutely. Watch the workers. Each of them is strengthen, increase, expand, and strengthen. So really quickly, on the first one, to strengthen residents' access, coordinate services, community resource, housing stability, educational workforce, and health services. How do we do that? We need to partner with other nonprofits in the city that offer those services, because there's not enough individuals in resident service who can offer that. That's one of the things you'll be hearing about. I mentioned once, I don't think I have that, Ralph and I have been talking about this one church, great Mount Gilead. Mount Gilead came into Hillside. Beginning of this year, what did they do? They gave out free clothes. They were giving out resume writing. They were dealing with mental health. You have that. So the way you operationalize and accomplish the first one, you got to partner with nonprofits who offer those services, which we don't internally. Second one, increase opportunities for resident leadership and engagement in their programs. Well, as we know, we've been talking with Mr. Olds. We want to have what's called a youth RTO. So that's how you get residents more involved in leadership. So we've been talking, Ralph and I, about recruiting our youth to sit on the RTO and get the residents more engaged. The last one, expand pathways to supportive housing and economic development. And for our voucher residents, again, the only way we can operationalize and execute on that is getting more nonprofits to help us do it. And then again, last one, how do you operationalize strengthen partnerships in alignment with, for residents opportunities, both RHA and the region? Well, again, I say we have to, and we do have a list of other nonprofits across the region. When we do, as you know, the work with continuum of care, that's a regional interest in homelessness. And so I think what Ralph's goal is to connect with more nonprofits that can help us operationalize and execute.
I think I don't know if we've covered what major barriers or conditions would most affect successful implementation. Where's my time?
We're at 11:15.
Yeah, we good?
No, we're the end of this particular.
Oh, wow. Okay. Somebody else must went over before me.
We can take a few more minutes.
Your first goal.
To wrap up.
We don't have any, in all fairness, we ran over.
Oh, okay.
I think,
The mic. The mic.
I'm speaking on a tenant perspective, not commissioner. I think that this would help me as a resident, because your objective for me, if I was sitting in the resident thing, is to strengthen my access to coordinate services if I am in need of that. And community-based, and you're gonna direct me to community-based, so I won't have to go all over maybe X, Y, and Z, I'm trying to find that, and if it's not, I might have to go X, Y, and Z. And then you're gonna increase the opportunities for resident leadership engagement, so I can be able to participate in more meetings and maybe that, if I choose. And then you're gonna expand my pathway that supports long-term stable housing, because I know I'm gonna need that. And you're gonna increase my economics mobility for, me over if I choose a voucher, as one of my ways of home stability. And then strengthening my partnership, teaching me how to, I look at that as not give me a fish, but teach me how to fish by going to, by finding programs that can align better to my needs that I need within the RRHA community. So I mean, I really look at all of these objectives as looking from a tenant perspective. Yes, I believe Housing Authority on a bigger picture has been always doing this, and I don't see if we continue to do this and really actively do it a little bit more intentionally to the true goals of what we're trying to convey. I want to jump up and down because these objectives are on point. It's like a basketball. You have shot 3 points with this.
Outstanding. And we know Mr. Nestor didn't take that shot. But I think one of the things that, one of the things I think we keep saying, and I think it's important that we really understand that, nobody who works for the housing authority, nothing that happens at the housing authority happens in isolation. So every issue that address real estate, low-income public housing, it all blows back on resident services. Because that transparency, that trust building, when we knock on the door and say, Mr. Jackson, you want to participate in our program, or so-and-so, so-and-so. The first thing oftentimes happens is all the things that didn't happen. Well, I don't want to do that because, I got this issue in my apartment. I don't want to do that because I saw y'all on the news doing, so we have to understand that everything that happens across this agency impacts every department in different ways. So I think it's important. I think Commissioner Elliott said that everything he does as a commissioner, he thinks that he considers how it's going to impact. So those things are so very, very important. But I think that transparency, that development of trust, it will be eroded every time we don't deliver what we say we're going to do. So it's important to understand in terms of we don't work in isolation. Everybody, departments, impacts, everything that happens in things impacts residents, how they perceive us and how they work. So I think that transparency, I think that relationship building, I think that trust building is so very important. I think that's a barrier that we have to look at as an agency and understand that every decision you make impacts. So I think my time is up. Kimberly has and said yes. Gave me the nod. Thank you all for indulging us, and we will actually incorporate what you shared. If you have any questions, you can see me at the break. Thank you.
Thank you, Ralph. Rick. All right, now we are going to move into our second goal. Ms. Hampton facilitating that conversation.
About to say good morning. It's after 11. It's almost noon. Good morning again, and I hope everyone is well. We are now on goal number 2. I do want to re-emphasize one thing that my colleague, Mr. Stuckey said, the importance of interdepartmental coordination and cooperation. Nothing happens without touching for one department that doesn't touch all. We're on goal 2, reposition and revitalize RRHA's real estate portfolio to deliver high-quality, sustainable communities that expand opportunity, preserve affordability, including modernization of senior sites and the use of repositioning strategies to address long-term physical and financial needs. That is the goal before you, and you see our questions there. Does this goal reflect the right long-term direction of RRHA's redevelopment and portfolio strategy? I'd like to call to your attention for this goal is that there's really 2 departments involved here. One is the real estate, RECD, but I also have my colleague with capital programs, Mr. Don with us here, sitting over here. So Don, if you please chime in as you feel appropriate, Mr. Mullen. Because when you talk about modernization, there are only 2 pots of money that affect here, and one is our redevelopment efforts, and the other is our capital fund program. So that's why it's so important that we have that coordination and cooperation among the parties. So, goal validation. Does this goal reflect the right long-term direction? How do you all feel? Any thoughts, Ms. McCray, on our redevelopment and repositioning? You look so pretty in your pink. I had to call up, you look so beautiful in your pink. I had to call on so much. Now, think of Creighton, think of Mosby Court South, think of Gilpin. All that's right, all of them. All of them. So do you think this goal is adequately written, or there are tweaks or changes that you would like to see as we think about how we reposition and Ms. Brody, I'm gonna ask for you next. You attended our event last Thursday evening, so I'd love to hear from you. I'm through, yes, ma'am.
The only thing I had to say, which I've said it in previous meetings, my biggest goal about all of the sites were cameras. That is a big priority. You know, making sure their safety is aware. Not just the senior sites, but all of them. So much, and I know, I'm gonna go back around. I know that y'all have, again, been working hard to make sure these sites have cameras. Yes, the big city is definitely important because these elderly cannot fight for themselves. And I didn't see that up there. It's okay. Might be all over the place.
No.
I'm gonna be honest.
You have, it is in one of our goals.
Okay. I didn't see it up there.
Goal 3, one behind this one.
Okay. So I'm speaking too soon.
Yeah, no, that's okay. That's okay. Safety is an important issue.
Absolutely. Because my grandma is one of those individuals. She's not. She used to be a resident for Fairfield Court. She also used to be a resident for Athens. And she's up there in that bracket of what I'm saying to you about safety. I'm always, I don't know if y'all know, but I'm sharing it. I'm always looking where the cameras are, where they located at for the safety of all the communities. Not just them, but definitely them. But yes, as of now, I'm probably come back on around after you do everybody else. It's probably gonna be some more things I'm gonna ask. But the cameras was a biggie for me. Yeah.
And I think you'll hear more of that in goal 3.
Okay. So that's all that was it.
All right. So Ms. Brody, and then I'll come back to Chair and Chair Parker and Mr. Elliott. Ms. Brody.
I could put the pen beside it, in case someone might come. Yeah. Okay.
I have actually seen a renovated unit in Zachary. And it looks amazing. They have plugs in the bathroom. You don't have plugs in the bathroom. If you want to go dry your hair, you have to go in another room or run the station. So, the floors.
Why are we talking about that? A lot of the units, even with it being in the bathroom, most of the time, you still gotta use it outside of the bathroom, if it's a socket. I don't know. Yeah, and those are big concerns as well. Again, like she said, we probably get loose. But sometimes those blow, and you might have to use outside of your room socket, and like I know, I don't been down that road and lived with, just because I'm a commissioner and I have not, I'm not gonna say not, but I have came from all these people came from. And the reason why I'm saying it, not to steal your moment. The reason why I'm saying it is because even though I don't live in public housing anymore, does not mean that I was that person on the opposite side. If you understand what I'm saying, any of you guys. So I know what it feels like. Yes, me and my children were fortunate to be away from that situation. But I am one of them people that had to keep on. I need this. I don't have this. Like what you have had multiple times in other meetings. But that was all I was gonna say. I was just saying, it's nice. But we gotta have extra,
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna let Ms. Brody, then I'm gonna pull us back. Yeah, no, pull us back, but it goes to modernization, and we can look at that when we go to one of our objectives as to how we do it, or goal 3. Ms. Brody.
That's all I was speaking on. The cabins are nice, the floors are nice. New screen doors on them. Like they actually go on when you first walk in outside the brick walls. You like I'm not over, I didn't say, but regular one. And that was something big for me.
Thank you for that. Jeff Jackson.
Yes, so where I sit, I understand, but I don't know that when we utilize, and it probably will expose itself in the how to when we get into the crevices, but I don't know that everyone will understand how we reposition.
Chairman, that was literally about to be my question.
Yeah, because it's just, so I'm hearing a number of things. I'm hearing renovation, but we're not renovating in the big cities. We're only renovating in senior sites, right? So I would just try to clarify that a little bit more so that it's just anybody who picks it up can easily interpret what is being said. Yeah, so I was just speaking to some of the acronyms, the repositioning, the revitalize. Because in the public, they see us as tearing down and rebuilding new. Here we're saying we're repositioning. We just have to be able to articulate so that people understand what we're saying when we're focused as this being one of our big goals. So, but I think it works outside of just trying to make it more simple.
Yeah.
I do want to just piggyback on that because I was going to make an exact comment. We use the word reposition twice in the draft goal, and I think one of the issues we encountered with Gilpin when we talk about repositioning. Repositioning could mean, moving portfolio assets, real estate assets to the RDC. If that's what repositioning means, there was a lot of confusion amongst the public about what that entailed, what low-income public housing rights tenants would lose as a result of that. And again, we talked about flat transparency and all that, and in our inability to, if we're unable to communicate effectively what that means, people will fill in the gaps with what it means. And then you are now arguing against the narrative that wasn't what was intended. And I think you can remove a lot of barriers and obstacles to achieving these goals if you have that clear communication. Right? But repositioning could also mean the physical repositioning. I don't know if that's what we're saying, but does that mean we're looking at other areas for development in districts where we don't have public housing, for example? So I think without fleshing out what repositioning means, I think it leads to a lot of patient.
I totally agree with you. I would say that's a technical term in the industry. We just delete the word. What it really means is demolishing and rebuilding new. And we just need to use simple, plain English to do it that way. That's just a technical term you find in DC. So forget about that, Mr. Rizzo. I totally agree with you. And you're spot on, right? That's exactly what happened, Commissioner Elliott, because of the language and legal concepts. So language is important, so we should delete that.
Thank you for that, and yes, we can certainly do that. I do want to say though, for this goal, Chair, we talk about totally building new. We want to use all of the tools that are allowed to us. And so it may be at some point in time, we have 4 remaining senior sites. They are public housing. We may do a, with the board's approval, and once we complete the review of that particular strategy, it may be a substantial rehab and renovate. So that's why we chose to keep, I believe, the term renovation in, because we want to be able to use the tools that HUD give us in doing that, and depending on financial feasibility.
What's important, as Elliot knows as lawyers, is that we didn't use the word at the bottom, repositioning strategy.
Yeah, sir.
Delete the word.
Okay.
Also, when you talk about the middle, we're using the words preserve affordability. What we need to convey in simple language is that when we demolish and then we rebuild, we will preserve affordability for residents, public houses, when they come back, right? And that means in the form of they can have that voucher. It means they'll pay no more than 30% of their rent. So just saying, again, preserve affordability. What does that mean? We must break that down plainly.
Thank you.
Yeah. So part of it, it's not as pervasive here as it is in some other places, but for example, with senior sites, you're going to be repositioning those sites, but it's going to mean something a bit different. So, for example, you're going to change the subsidy platform because you think it'll be more sustainable. It also will bring in debt that will then modernize these with little or no Housing Authority Capital Fund money. So you will have a 20-year viable senior site that will be a Section 8 platform and will have private debt and equity. So that's a repositioning that is a little different here. So we have to find a way to say that too, because I think the issue that the Commissioner brought up was it's too loaded of a word without further explanation. But I do think that, so we may want to say upgrade and refinance for senior sites, or some language that people might know. But we do have a whole cadre when we talk about repositioning. People like to use that because it gives them lots of flexibility. But here, what it does, it creates lots of confusion.
We'll make that change. Thank you very much. This is a good discussion there. Anything important that you see missing from the overall goal? I go to board members and then I'll come back. I believe men have a point to bring to raise. Anything you see missing with this goal?
wanted to raise.
One other item for the board's consideration, I'm not sure if it's the best spot or not to put this, but it's RHA's project-based voucher allocation strategy. If we're looking over the next 5 years with this strategic plan, that's going to be several rounds of PPP awards. And given that we don't know the direction in which the housing and financial markets are going, these vouchers may be very important over the next few years in terms of whether the developments that the developers are going to be building are or are not going to contain affordable units. And in that sense, the voucher allocation strategy is also, well, it has the potential to also deliver high quality, sustainable, affordable communities if we commit them in certain areas that we want to developers. And they can also act as relocation resources for some of the big six projects that we will be demolishing too over the course of those years. Yeah, that was all. Just something came to mind. I'm not sure if this is the best spot or not for it, but just for consideration.
I think it might work in our objectives.
It may work in our objective as we turn to that next, but are there any other comments so we know we need to reword? Really explain a little more clearly in non-technical terms?
Sherelle? Sherelle?
Yes, sir.
Just to end part of it, and I think somebody might have spoken to it already, where you said repositioning the strategies to address long-term physical and financial needs. We talk about the modernization of the seniors. Why does it say it like that? Is the long-term fiscal and financial needs? What does that mean? Long-term fiscal and financial needs?
That goes back to what Mr. Lyons just talked about. We are moving from a public housing platform to a platform through the voucher that allows it to have more, to be more financially stable, all of our properties, so we don't have to worry about diminishing funding from HUD. Jeff, you want to expand on that a little?
I understand what you said about that, but this is in terms of the center of physical and financial needs.
So the fiscal is the building itself. It would be generating funds to be able to take care of needed repairs.
Mm-hmm.
And we're not looking at our capital funds. So your redevelopment projects have enough funds for operating in their budget to be able to handle renovations as they come, capital needs.
Okay, what the vice chair is getting at is the word, let's write it down, fiscal. No one knows what that really means. Smart people know what it means. Getting back to what Commissioner Ellen was saying. Right there, we're talking about the buildings, right?
Yes.
I'm saying, let's, in the interest of time, think about using a different word than fiscal.
Okay.
We're talking about the building. Okay, right? When, again, financial needs is what? Buy groceries? We have to say financial needs for what? Just break it down. I think that's what the vice chair is doing.
Okay. We'll reword it. We will reword it.
The professionals who observe and move with us, they are as, some of the professionals may be more so, but the people we really have to reach are the ones that we can just be very extremely clear to. And then everybody else.
You got it right, oh, check right.
We will rewrite this.
Cause I got, what I was gonna say, Chairman, if not rewriting it, kind of put it so they can understand, and also for the other people that already, just so that they don't have to do too much reword and change things around, but making it so that the other people that don't really clearly understand, have another page for them, and then have that, if you understand what I'm saying. Yeah. So that way they don't keep having to keep fixing that, rewording it on certain, certain things.
Thank you all so much. We're gonna move.
I think, Cheryl, we understand we're gonna do physical things at the marginalization of the seniors, but we just want to make sure that it's clear, as Commissioner McCray is saying, that when we pass out to everybody else, hey, you can just look at that and see it's just bold, it's right there.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. We'll
No
make
hard
that
terms.
We'll make that change. Okay, yes, moving to the objectives. We can go to that slide, please. So we have 4. Thank you. So we have 4 objectives here. I'm not gonna read them all to you, but let's just take a look at them, and are there comments? Do these objectives reflect what must be true for RRHA to successfully, we use the term here, reposition, but we know we're finding another word within our lexicon to make that clear and simple. So we will do that. So we're talking about phased redevelopment of the Big 6. Any issues, any word changes there? Is that a good objective as we come from that goal?
So are we only speaking to the physical actions, or are we speaking to the process that might need to be observed in order to achieve these objectives? Because when I see execute phase redevelopment, and I know this is real estate, but do these goals need to include communicating with, I see down, further the last one, strengthening public-private community partnerships to advance effort. Do we need to have higher on the road where we are coordinating that transparency coming to the community, or is that more so out?
We can add an additional, some of it was in the last 4 bullets. I believe where you're going is engagement, our resident engagement, and there, which is ongoing throughout the redevelopment process. Engagement is ongoing. We can make that clearer and maybe even add a bullet about the ongoing engagement.
That has not been a favored activity of ours from the public perspective.
Okay. All right, so we're going to add an objective as around resident engagement to be ongoing, clear, consistent. We will add that there. Any other, any other, we're moving, any other comments on that particular one or on any of our objectives on this page? Which objective do you feel is most critical to long-term success for this particular goal? Okay. Thank you. Any other thoughts on that? So objective number 4 that you all feel is most critical to long-term success. What major risks or conditions could most affect successful implementation? Okay, miscommunication, that's a good one. How do you feel about the market? Because our housing market can affect what we're doing in a big way. So miscommunication. The housing market, and then I heard the word politics, local politics. Just politics, period. Got you. Just one, yeah. Without federal and all, yeah.
Change the staff.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Those are all great that can be risks or conditions that could affect the successful implementation of our redevelopment. Any other comments, changes to that?
I have something to offer as it relates to risk. I think I just heard Commissioner Pitcher say it. Money.
Funding as well. Yes, and that's a big one. And I think this is where
And the
we.
needs of the people. Because one time the families on that is adjusted, when that's producing a lot of children.
Is it talking to the mic? Who's got the mic?
As we go on, we have to think about the needs of the families. Do we really need X, Y, and Z? Do we need to increase? I'm talking about bedroom sizes. Do we need to increase bedroom size? Do we need accurate data to assess that? You know, we need to use more accurate data, and that data 5 years ago. When we're talking about a plan for today, at least a year ago, analyzing the data to make sure that we are meeting the needs of the people, of the residents.
So we will look at changes in demographics and ensuring that our data and research stays current, so to affect the decisions that are made about redevelopment. Any other comments about this one? We know funding, so we have some barriers that we're taking notes of, or risks or conditions that could affect it.
Age of occupancy. Age of risk.
Say it again,
Where a new build, you get a heating unit fixed in like a week. Sometimes it takes us years to get parts for an older building.
But that is big and important for us. All right, I think that is, I think that's all of mine.
Local, Mike.
I'm sorry, we keep saying that.
More local contractors that actually know, the work, instead of, as opposed to always going and getting out of state. Unless they got that, you know, unless we have done our due diligence and we have found that no one in our area does that, then I understand you going in. But we can use more of our local, contractors that have, a credit, you know, been building, and doing what we have done, as opposed to going way somewhere else, and they might not even, especially the developers, might not even understand the needs of the people. And that's all I have to say. If we can try to use, but I know that they might, if they qualified, I'm not just saying use them because they local, but I mean, if they're qualified and they meet HUD standard, if we could consider them more.
So if I can speak to that. So we have done that. A year ago, we worked with the Metropolitan Business League, which is the Black Stream Council, and other organizations that know about real estate, local real estate development, particularly minority developers. We host them all in the Hilton, big room. We gave them the what I call, being an athlete, the playbook. This is how you get up on our website. This is where you go find procurement opportunities. We said, when we brought them together, we said, some of you probably shouldn't respond on your own. Form JV, joint partnerships. We have done in a very intentional way. We had a big meeting, and that was a year and a half ago that the chair and vice chair held in our boardroom. Then we had another one 6 months later, I mentioned it in Hilton. We have been very intentional, and we've been successful. I mean, look, we gotta say that, you know, working with a year ago, we had a local minority developer get almost $1 million subcontract upgrade court. So we've been intentionally, and the reason why we're doing it is chair and vice chair has been pushing it and pushing it and pushing it. I know that all the other commissioners are in favor, but in that respect, we've been on the money. And Colleen, I was saying Colleen, like I said, Colleen has been very supportive in making sure that we are focused on women and minority local businesses. And I think the vice chair can tell you, he hammers it all the time. I think our numbers show that we've been doing well.
But I was just saying, we want to see that and put that as an agenda so we can continue it. I'm not saying we won't, but I'm saying we need to continue that. But sometimes we get, fixated and then
Mike.
so good and we start forgetting.
Thank you so much. We will. Other comments?
I'm just gonna follow up what she's saying there. And I think sometimes, we get, to a point that we figure we've done everything we can do, but she just said, this makes us a part of our DNA. That we continue to do, this is a part of what we do. It's what we do.
Thank you so much. Are there other outstanding comments that want to be made about any of the objectives or the goals? We will make the changes, and take in all of the comments that we've heard. We're gonna add probably one of our, objectives about our, funding and allocation, and we'll look how to do that appropriately, and we'll add that as an objective to how we get it done.
I think sometimes, other contractors or developers come into the Richmond area, that have not been here before. They think it's just business as usual. But we want to let them know it's not business as usual. This is how we do things. And that's all we're saying. This is how we do it.
Yeah, thank you.
If I may add one thing, prior to your coming, Ms. Hampton, I don't think we had the consistency that we have. I just want to commend you for your hand around the real estate department, the bond financing. A lot of folks don't understand how much work goes into what you and the TAG associates, the team, to get to this point. We've got smooth relocations happening. We've got ongoing meetings going on, and this is not to take away from anybody else's, department, resident services. That's an old job. I couldn't even, but I want to give you some flowers because that is something that we have to be very much on top of, and I think we're soundly moving in the right direction. So thank you.
Appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. Thank all.
Thank you.
So, got a little change in our schedule, approved by our staff. It's lunchtime. But what we're gonna do, on the schedule, it says, we're gonna eat and just come back at 12:45. But why not go get your box, whatever you drink, and come back to your seat, and we can keep on flowing, so you can get to your birthday party, graduation celebrations, and all kinds of stuff later on, and just enjoy that vibrant sun outside. Is that good?
Sounds great.
All right, let's go.
Hey, buddy.
Who else? Do you see where I get that from? Hey, buddy. I get that from my hey, buddy. Good.
outcome is the quality. And when you say quality, you mean like, I know you're saying consistency, but, as far as the, resident, so you won't, so y'all won't have that many complaints, like if the hot water has been cold for like a whole month, it should take a year to get that fixed.
Okay, we get it.
Another question, I think these are good. To reach this goal, is the onus on authority, or are there any obligations or accountability that we, even if it's just assume, have, that the residents have? And all our deliverable, or is there anything that we need from the resident in partnership to complete this goal?
Well, I think there is always back to this iterative exercise of ensuring that the residents have feedback of what the priorities are that needs to be done, and in fact, the quality to Commissioner Pittsburgh. But I think there's also, in terms of other players, we need vendors that do their thing. We need to have stakeholders on a lot of different levels. We've bought into this objective. So it's not just us, it's not just the housing staff. There are stakeholders in the effort that need to get buy-in as well for us to be successful. They need to
Ben, I'm not sure if you went past the slide already. Did you advance the slide? Well, he was not speaking to this. Is this the same one? The one that Mike was just speaking to? Right, we're still here. So on this, to your question, Chair Jackson, there is something that we can ask from the residents. So for instance, when you look at rent collection, we can ask from the residents. And we have a strategy in which you all, the board, is going to see how we're looking to substantially move our rent collection from like 50% up to 90% where we need to be. But it's something we can ask the residents to do in terms of that. When you talk about recertifications, there's something we can ask of the residents. Because many times the residents do not complete their recertifications. The team is having a hell of a lot, and I get a lot of phone calls from elected officials saying that you're not going to re-up someone. Well, they didn't do this, they didn't do this, they didn't do that. So throughout here, there are specific things we can ask of our residents.
moving on for the sake of timing here, calling it the Commissioner McRae amendment, there will be a separate breakout for public safety. Right now it's shown public safety and capital. That was a separate breakout with objectives specifically around public safety per Commissioner McRae's comments a little bit later. On the capital side, and again, just a little bit too quick.
The microphone.
Yeah, so could you go back one more, please, just so you can check that out.
I'm sorry, I'm having some difficulties.
Okay. Well, again, the second one is looking at capital programs, aligning your capital planning, project delivery, and public safety coordination with operational needs to support stable communities, minimize service disruptions, and sustain consistent performance across properties. So the spirit of that is to really look at.
And I'm sorry, Mike, real quick. This is slide 22. So we
bottom,
get the technical.
At the bottom of the
bottom of slide 22. If you want to follow.
Bottom of slide 22. It's called capital program.
22?
Yes, the bottom, the second objective in the bottom. On it, again, it talks about aligning our planning, our project delivery, and coordinations to support stable communities, minimize service disruptions, and sustain consistent performance across the properties. This is really looking at, well, first of all, we're about to embark on a revised physical needs assessment for all of our properties. That'll establish some priorities about how we're going to do our capital work, where we need to do our capital work. Don and his team, the capital needs to really get better at project management, better at budget controls, better at establishing prioritization. So there's work to be done. We've done a lot. We've come a long way. There's still a lot of work to be done on the capital side.
Okay, Mike, at the bottom of 22, I think maybe we might want to add, you said align capital planning, project delivery, and public safety.
Yeah.
I think. Coordination with operational needs to support stable communities, minimize service disruptions, and sustain consistent performance across properties. And I think we might want to add and desire have sides for residents to feel safe and comfortable to walk and play in their own community.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I think we need to say that.
Yeah, in fact, it's funny you should mention that because I think the staff has already talked about safer walking environments, lighting, common areas, and cameras. Things, but I think we're gonna, when you see this again, Commission, this particular public safety will have to be a separate breakout with its own separate objective.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, so let's go to the next piece of this. This is on compliance. I think this is the glue. This is the glue that holds it together here. As Mr. Nesbitt likes to say, we have our oversight administrators, what do you call it? And so, you know, we're a public agency. We have requirements that are legal, and it's imperative that as we do our work, we do them in a way that meets all of our requirements. So that's, we're going to maintain this as a goal. We're going to establish, we already have, frankly, baselines about where we are right now in terms of percentages of file integrity, for example. But we need to now use these baselines and every year show dramatic improvement of how we are showing compliance and quality control of all of our programs.
So that compliance is a big deal. Obviously, we got a couple things out in the public that's happening, and if we're setting a 5-year goal, you know, the consistent execution of key operational processes across programs. Obviously, rent collection, obviously, correct tabulation of rents, things like that, that would keep us out of the courts, out of the public opinion court and legal court. So that's a big, powerful thing. Colleagues, obviously having the challenges that we had, some of which occurred prior to many of the board members and CEO coming aboard, feel like that compliance statement is strong enough or as transparent as we need to be?
I don't see much here. I'm right on that. Oh, for time.
I just want to take this time to make sure, you know, we gotta assume this time, right? Or the public's not, we gotta explain ourselves to that. Just want to make sure as we're setting 5-year goals, the things that we are identifying will help keep us out there.
I'll put the board hat on. I'm not so privileged to be a board member, but I'm trying to put my board hat on. I would say, yeah, so what I would do is say that training, one of the big things, and then after training, and then the execution of that training. Kind of like when Commissioner Elliott said, hey, take your first survey, but you need to do a second survey to measure it against the first one. So I think what we have found, and Mike, in terms of operations, that we did mandatory training. The board and commissioner said, Nesbitt, you must have to do all the training. So we did all training of all the employees in affordable housing, not across the entire organization. I think around compliance, one of the biggest things that HUD gets us about is, have you done the training? And then after you've done the training, have you measured whether or not that training has had a positive impact so that you're not in non-compliant status? So I would say to all the commissioners, and that's probably what's mentioned, training and then measuring whether or not that training had a measurable impact on that area. If not, we could be in non-compliance in another area. You know that, Mike. So.
Absolutely. And again, just to throw roses at Landra, in her notes to me, compliance helping sustain training process consistency and operational discipline. To your point, that is key to have compliance drive the training and circular. The other thing that she notes is that compliance isn't an after the fact. Right now, HUD's coming in, fire drill, let's go do stuff. Right? It needs to be embedded. It's a habit, not an act, and it has to be proactive rather than reactive. And I think that's in terms of our 5-year direction we want to move toward.
I think that's a visible That's a statement of visible accountability. The public's gonna be looking for that. It just makes sense.
It's what they,
Yeah, I do like it. I wonder if, okay, I'm just gonna spitball here. Add maybe to that last sentence to explain the importance of compliance, to say something to the effect of ensure consistent execution of the operational processes across programs, clear standards, online procedures, practice monitoring, to ensure you're meeting or exceeding all applicable laws, regulations, standards, or something like that. To add the gravitas of why compliance is important. We're not just we're doing this to make sure that we are. I think that builds into that statement, embedded in that statement is transparent. We are complying with law and where applicable, exceeding, you know, the expectation.
Because with that, what we, Commissioner Elliott and the rest of the commission, what we focus on is not ensuring that we're not just a standard performer, but how comes and looks at our compliance, that we get to a place where we're a high performer in certain areas. And so to do that, in order to make sure we're meeting either of those two, is what you just said.
the last objective for this particular goal is within the Housing Choice Voucher Program. And the statement, the objective statements go something like this: strengthening voucher utilization and leasing performance through efficient, accountable processes. Expand and sustain landlord participation to improve unit availability and program performance, and enhance participant experience in housing stability through coordinated support, clear communication. Again, much like these other objectives that we stated, there's a whole bunch of activities and tasks that need to lead up to the successful completion of these objectives. But this is, again, right before the overall goal of the entire affordable housing system within the RHA is voucher. The voucher has these objectives, and then when we revisit this in a couple months, we'll be more specific examples of what we're doing around attracting landlords, what we're doing to ensure that our program staffing is correct, training is in place, etc. Did these objectives cover? Without further ado, on the topic, we're moving on to Kim Cole to talk about Kim Cole to talk about goal 4.
Thank you, Mike.
So I'm gonna be a little biased. We're saving the best for last. So goal 4 encompasses the backbone of the agency, those operations that make sure that those first 3 goals happen. You got your money, you got your HR, you got IT, you got communications, and so we're gonna go through this as quickly as we can. But some of this I think is clear, so hopefully we'll be able to go through it within the next 30 minutes. So draft goals. Build a resilient, high-performing organization grounded in strong financial stewardship, effective and integrated systems and operations, an engaged workforce, and clear communication, supported by strong compliance and risk management practices. Thoughts on the goal? I see the chair's wheels turning. I want to add that, so we have compliance as it relates to the affordable housing area of the agency, but we also have what we call enterprise-wide compliance, which falls under Ms. Tonice Webb and her team, and they actually are doing compliance throughout the agency in all the departments. While Ms. Trotter focuses on affordable housing, Ms. Webb and her team looks at the entire agency.
So let me ask you, because I mean, that's a great goal. In any of the how-tos or objectives, workforce training or cross training available, or is that a practice that's going to help us? Say, for instance, you know, one of our SVPs is out, sort of like what Charles is doing now, for property management, property management. Is that a pillar? Is that a characteristic of how we get to this goal?
It's actually an objective under human resources. Any other comments or suggestions, thoughts, things you think we have not captured, things that may need to be clear, especially when it comes time to share this with our residents? Mike.
The only thing I can think of is kind of break it, if you're talking to residents, trying to, you know, build resilience, but have that goal, and then have it under that high performing organization, ground in strong, they might not understand grounded in strong financial steward. They understand it, but I mean, maybe in the way y'all are, you know, you might can change some words in that, and effective integrated systems. They might not understand integrated systems, because what's, you know, operation and engagement in the workforce. Some might, but when you say integrated systems, it, you know, kind of, what are you talking about when you say integrated systems? Are you saying that the operation and the workforce is going to work together or in conjunction?
So this is particular to our IT backbone.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay, so the residents won't get this one.
So what I hear you saying, what we'll do similar to comments that they made on previous goals and objectives, is to work on making this clear.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
You might want to say IT systems. Okay, that's one. It's certainly IT. The other thing, if we're moving off of this, now we're living in the world of AI and no one pays attention to it. But I thought it was important, and I'll bring this up at the full board meeting, is that public housing authorities, some of them now are using AI to have stronger operations and more efficient operations. So there's several public housing are doing it. I'm going to bring it to the full board meeting so we can be thinking about that. And it's not just leveraging technology, but you can, not a lot of people understand what AI is, but I might just put that to you all and give you some examples at the next board.
I like this thing, and this is about our internal organization. Right?
Yes, the part of the organization to make sure everything else is, yeah.
Business like relationship.
Yeah.
So I might say maybe an engaged and responsive workforce, and then based on this goal, I mean, I know we're not on the objectives yet, but I might say maybe include in there, you know, employer of choice, you know,
as a goal,
which, you know, encompasses a lot of what we'll see in these objectives on the next page with respect to just culture, superior work environment. Because I think that is a goal, right? We want to make sure we're attracting and retaining, you know, the best talent we can. That'd be great.
And we actually have some of that verbalized in one of the objectives, but great point.
Yeah, that's what I was, so I felt like kind of, I know employer of choice is kind of a loaded term, but it's then broken with some of these objectives that I'm putting on this page.
Thank you. Any other thoughts around the goal? All right, let's move to objectives. So our human resources objectives. Ensure RRHA's strategic structure, roles, and workforce planning processes are aligned to the agency's evolving portfolio of operational demands and long-term strategic priorities. I'm going to read all three of them. Strengthen employee engagement and retention by fostering a supportive, accountable, and high-performing work environment. Build a skilled and prepared workforce through targeted training, professional development, and leadership pipeline development. I think a few of these answers and questions, we were in the goals space. Any thoughts about, does this resonate? Do you think these are the right objectives in terms of achieving our goal? Anything we're missing? Anything misaligned?
This is the Human Resource Department. Human Resource Department.
Yes, ma'am.
That we're talking about. The only thing that, I like every last one of them. The only thing that I would add is to try to target employees with the future skills that we need today, so we won't have to be replacing them. You know, when we think about employing somebody, we can get more in depth what their skills are and what we need from them. So we won't have to replace them. What other skills are we, the job might say X, Y, and Z, but somebody else might have X, Y, and Z, and what we might need for the future.
Good point. Any other thoughts about human resources? Sir?
I have one, I should have known this, because I reviewed all of this before, it came before the board, but under the second bullet point under human resources, again, it's just talking about employee training. We use the word, retention, I believe. But what's missing is, yeah, we have already the second bullet point. So you talk about the word retention, but training is critically important. It's something that came up, just telling all the board members, when we did the townhouses and we went out into the camps and it was like a listening tour. I took the entire senior team and says, what are we doing wrong? We got a lot that we're doing wrong, and some of what we're doing right. We're going to share those results with you. But one of the constant theme was employees wanted more training. If not for promotion vertically, maybe there's a job to the left I can do. If I got the training, where I can go to the right in that job over there and not stay here. And so employee training needs to be.
And are you thinking of this in a different way than what's in bullet 3? Training piece?
It's added. Go ahead, please.
So, you know, one of the things that did many years ago, and I replicated it elsewhere, is a lot of employees have certain skill sets, and so they navigate towards doing certain things. But part of the problem is what you don't want one employee, spackling the wall, another employee painting the window, another employee, repairing the toggle switch. You want to have folks that can go in and finish a job. And so training on what we call neutral tasks, which is basic things that don't require a license, so that somebody can go in without 3 or 4 employees, because that also interferes with the tenant. The resident is sitting there and they're saying, well, somebody came and, and now I got a switch that's a cavity, and I can't let the kids touch it because, what can happen, and so on, and you're waiting for so-and-so. But if we have folks that get all those basic skills down, and they shouldn't be too difficult, we'll be able to have both a more efficient, less work order turnaround time, and it'll be more cost effective.
The training I was talking about, we got feedback from employees, it's training to do the current job they're doing. That's what you're talking about, right? And to go left or right. I might want that job there, but I want training. So yes, the training is.
I was embellishing.
Yeah, as head of HR was here, we talked about training to do your job better than what you're doing.
So for human resources, are we aligned on the objectives?
I think what Mike was saying, not Mike, but Jeff might have been saying also, and I was experienced that you have a plumber to come and he comes to your house and he has to cut a hole in the wall because he can't get to a pipe or something. Right. And then he does his job, he finishes his job, but he can't fix that hole in the wall. Yeah, you gotta have somebody else to come back, fix the hold the wall guy, he can't, and the hold the wall guy can't paint it. So. Have those handyman skills, you know, coming in, I got this, I'll take care of this job. You need that pipe fixed, you need that hole fixed, or you need paint, I got it all.
Sounds like some of that may be attributed to staff assignment where leadership, when they're responding to maintenance requests, staff those who have more comprehensive skill set.
Problem though is that we don't have staff that have that comprehensive. What we're seeking to do is you can put them down the head. If you talk to maintenance folks, they'll go solve a problem, but to solve it and knock the wall down, hold the wall. But our folks are not trained to do it. What we do is called plumbers or me. They're trained to knock down the wall. So in some instances, and Charles knows this right now, our maintenance folks will go in, they'll fix it, hit the problem, but to really get to it, they cut a hole in the wall, but they can't get back there. Someone can't cut the hole in the wall. But I want to just, I want Charles to talk about this because this happens, right? And we could potentially save ourselves some money and not have those contractors do their work if we have better training.
One of the things that we're doing, we're trying to build our bench. So what we started is a skills training program. So HVAC, plumbing, electrical, we have our staff going to training now as we speak. So hopefully within the next 6 months to a year, they'll be able to go into a unit and anything that needs to be done, that person will be able to take care of all of it.
Good job.
Thank you, Charles. Information technology. Modernize RRHA's IT infrastructure to support reliable operations, future growth, and organizational resilience through targeted investments in power systems, network environments, data centers, and staff technology. And we will go back. So when we see that there's wording that's been mentioned in previous conversations about objectives and goals that need to be clear, we'll go through all of these with that lens when we're making the decisions.
So
Jesus.
So IT, the training, will that fall under the bullet point 3? For training also, the IT department.
I'm sorry, I'm not clear.
So for information technology, we'll modernize the IT structure. The employees of that department, will they also receive one-on-one training, or they just lumped in to the HR?
IT will also receive training as well. Yes.
And I will speak, I'll try to speak on behalf of our VP of Human Resources, because we sat down and went through these. I think what she's envisioning is a holistic training program for the agency. So everything comes through Human Resources. Her clients, as in the departments that she serves in the agency, will identify needs and she'll work with them to actually to create what looks like a training academy. Any thoughts on information technology? To this particular objective?
I want to go back to the human resources.
Mike?
Yeah, I want to go back to the
Human resources.
Yes, ma'am.
But it has something to do, are y'all gonna, also include mental health?
There is talk about wellness programming.
You know, I mean, sometimes you stress and all of that, you need a mental, awareness, you know, incorporation. We foster, being, and they won't have to get fired.
We actually have a.
So the last 8 months ago, I met with HR and we talked about this issue. I think we can move past this quickly. So I had a robust discussion with HR about the wellness program. All our employees. We have vetted some companies, we have some post offices, but we haven't landed on anywhere yet, but it's on our radar screen. This
Any other questions, thoughts, comments on HR or IT? All right, finance. All right. Establish a comprehensive multi-year financial planning and forecasting framework that aligns resources with strategic priorities, improves decision-making, and enhances transparency to leadership and the board. Enhance financial performance by strengthening revenue collection, cost management, and resource allocation practices to ensure long-term sustainability across all programs and properties. Identify, pursue, and implement opportunities to diversify revenue sources and leverage assets in support of RRHA's mission, reducing reliance on any single funding stream and increasing financial resilience. And David, we did talk about making a change on one of those, and I'll make sure it comes up. So thoughts about these objectives for finance? Mike?
The only thing I can think of is indicate, some type, I guess that might have been in the technology, some, key indicators where shortfalls might be, as a proactive, thing, some kind of key thing, like if a department is, before the end of the quarter, before the end of the reporting, it'd be some key,
Some sort of trigger, so
Yes.
you know, if there's a concern about shortfall in that.
right, so we won't have to wait to the end of the quarter for the report. It could be some benchmarks or some some tools, like you said, that will catch that, at least save us some money instead of waiting until the end of the report. And then we find out that it should be like some kind of AI tool that let us know, hey, we're going in the wrong direction. Like now everything is on the computer. You're putting everything on the computer. So when the money comes in, and then as the expenditures go out, if we can have automatically something to let us know that we need to look at this.
Yes, if I can, Mr. Chair, if I may, we have precisely that. We have a financial tool that's called the two-year tool. That's what Fatima does in terms of forecasting. It's financial forecasting. We have that tool, we use it. Fatima wasn't for many years trained on it, but now she's trained on it. She knows how to use it. She uses it with SIG, and we do that. We have that tool, right? Not for all departments. The two-year tool, and I'm gonna let Mike or whoever wants to talk about it more. It is specifically in and around the voucher program, because that's what the two-year tool is for. As it relates to the entire agency, we actually do have what SIG and she's shown. I don't know if David has been downloaded or trained on it yet. We look at our just like we report to the board each month where our finances are. We look at for the agency 30, 60, even with our bills being paid, who's the 30-year bucket, 30-day bucket, 60-day bucket, 90-day bucket. And we look at, and me as CEO, I sit down with SIG and we look at the forecast and financials every single month. I do that with, it's a dashboard I do with her. And some shortfalls is to anticipate, but as Mr. Lyons would tell you, is that it varies from administration to administration, right? They will decide they're just going to reduce funding on something. We try our best to get ahead of that, right? Because I remember you had sent me you had sent me some, remember you and I exchanged some information. And so we actually do that forecasting. What doesn't happen sometimes is that we don't get information out of DC in a timely manner, but we do financial forecasting.
Any other thoughts on these agendas? Yes, ma'am.
Hello. Okay. That really didn't answer what she was asking of you. She was asking, is it an alert that sends off about the finance?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's an alert on the computer, is what she was saying.
Yes, I will have Ms. Fatima show up and work, and she'll show you what your tool does. It's not an alert like fire alarms, no, but what happens is that as a discipline matter, she is required, Fatima, to sit down on a weekly basis and on a monthly basis to look at that tool and to see where we are. And there's some very technical terms we won't get into because we do that with HUD local.
Gotcha.
And finance person has finance person.
How about you?
The finance person, like, okay, say a budget is way projected when they turn it in, and finance people team gets it, and is it any key tool that they use to indicate that this is gonna be over budget, because they might not know if something is been reduced, or not? Is it something that they have that will indicate, and it will go to you, as you're responsible, it will go to you and the chair to say that this is over budget, so, or under budget because we didn't have enough funds coming in?
Well, yes, so what does happen in RRHA Health Housing, I presume, is that we have check-ins with each department, quarterly basis, say, are you on budget based on what we submitted to the board? We check it, we have a conversation, they say why they're over, and have do what's called a budget revision, which we rather not do it, but yes, we do that regularly.
Okay, so I was trying to reduce the variances when we have the report, you know.
Right, but if you've been watching closely, when pressures are here and now when Sid was taking over, you'll see under David, our variances and Commissioner Lewis, they do, they're very thin. Commissioner Lewis is the only one wants variances within 10%. That means if you're buying more cookies or something like that, no one, the board doesn't care about that. But it's when the substantive variances, and that's within the 10% ratio is what Lewis has said he wants. And we report that in each board meeting.
Which is why I had a question, was because I am a part of
That committee, that's why I said what I said.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I just add something real quick, even at the staff level as it relates to paying bills, when POs and invoices come through. The system that we use is set up in such a way, if someone tries to push something through for payment, if there's no money, it won't go.
Okay. That was
Any other thoughts, financial wise? Do you want to add anything, David? All right, I'm gonna move to procurement. I got a couple of nods. All right, so for procurement, strengthen procurement processes to ensure timely, consistent, and compliant execution. Improve coordination, clarity, and accountability between procurement and other departments. Solid.
I got a comment. On
So
Hello? Yeah, okay. So when we go to do specs, and this is a common problem, so it's not necessarily unique to RHA, is, procurement can't be a master of all specifications. I mean, their proficiency is in procurement. So when we have a unique spec, like when we want to hire a construction manager, or
You're talking
we have
about
other
scope of
type-
work?
yeah, scopes of work, basically. The departments aren't necessary, they can define what their scope is or explain it, but they may not necessarily be able to specify it. So how is that being handled here at RRHA?
A large part of this particular objective speaks directly to the frustration that's currently in place in terms of that dynamic between departments clearly defining their scopes of work and the procurement staff being able to put something together that gets those departments what they need. Did I say that right? Yeah. So that is an area where we've identified needs improvement.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's a common problem.
Yeah.
And so, the question is, at the end, like if it's an environmental scope, you get an engineer. It's a design, you get an architect. But when you start talking about sort of specialty professional or even extraordinary maintenance work, it can be complicated. And if you don't get it right, you're going to pay the price.
That's because we pay you and ask you to get right, and you don't get it right, then you pay.
For some of those, but I don't think I'm specking out, water infiltration in window cavities. But for some you do, yes.
Take the blame, Joe.
So we're
Actually, there was one, if I can, just real quick, independent cost estimate in the same category. Can't expect Colleen and Dorothy and the people to just figure out what the cost estimate will be. So that when the bids do come in, we have our own internal review of what the estimate, so we can actually show the alliances where the variances are. So that's just a variation of what you're saying, not just scope, but also cost estimates.
Right.
So we're gonna do a quick time check. We're at 1:03. We've got one more area to go over in terms of draft objectives, and that's communications. Yes, sir.
Before you go much further, back up in finance.
Sure.
You gotta click it twice.
Where you say enhance financial performance by strengthening revenue collection, I don't see any way we're seeing there about paying bills. And I'm sure that our contractors would want that to be known. Pay bills in a timely manner. Always looking to take opportunities of discount whenever available.
And I would say, correct me if I'm wrong, David, I think that's in that second bullet. But we can make it clear. We'll make it clear.
Right.
It's not working yet.
You gotta click it twice.
There you go.
Yeah.
And to that, to the extent possible, we do take advantage of terms, discount terms. And obviously some of those objectives will go into providing cash.
There you go.
All right.
Just hold it close.
I guess I wasn't holding close enough, sorry. So to the extent possible, we do take advantage of discounts. Yes. And in some of those bullet points and some of those objectives, it speaks to rent collection and revenue coming in to provide us the cash needed to turn around and pay the vendors in a timely manner.
That is a goal.
Yes, of course, 100%, yes.
And I think, so it goes past, your occupation is, accountant, right? The vice chair is talking about, when our contractors read our objectives or their goal, they're gonna wonder, how does that transfer to me, the services I render? They just want to know that they're being thought of by at least articulating pay contractors on time based on a successful process, something like that.
And the last one, you probably already do this, because you was probably gonna say they do that, but if you can just add it as a goal to make sure that we are following the federal and the state. I think it's the state, whichever one is strictest rule, that's the one we follow. So if we can incorporate, make sure that we following the state, because sometimes we might be doing something, but it might come under a violation because we didn't follow what the state or the federal is asking us. I know we don't do, we doing good on it, but to iterate, because the next person, if Colleen should hit the lottery, we want to make sure that that piece is in there, so he or she will have that as a guide to a lot of things.
I'm gonna let Patrick talk about that because we do talk about the federal and the state laws. Because sometimes we meet the federal and there's state issues, and Patrick is a good lawyer, good young lawyer, not old lawyer. He brings that to our attention.
Yes, so I can just say real quick too, as part of these goals, you also have your procurement policy that's approved by the board and any changes that take place, and that's based on the federal and state law, and more particularly HUD's procurement guidebook that they send out. So that's kind of what is based on the state and federal law. And it's updated frequently as necessary, that it brings to the board.
So that internally as an operations, we do that.
Yeah, and we can update that as a goal, but yeah, part of the policy.
I call it my Bible. My handbook is my Bible.
I say that my handbook is my Bible because I try to follow it as closely as possible. I keep it right on my desk. So, I mean, I might think I know everything, but I don't always. And so it's something that you have to have close at hand, especially with procurement.
No, I was getting catch you in the lottery.
Oh, I know.
I know.
Good way to go out.
Commissioner Pitchford's earlier comment on implementing like indicators and triggers for ending shortfalls, that's a good tool for procurement too, if it's not already being done, because you can have automatic triggers for like if a contract is expiring soon, needs to be renewed, you've used up 75% of your contract budget, something like that. Those can all be kind of automated tools that can help too.
Thanks, and I will add that Ms. Colleen has a tool she puts out every month, in cracking the whip to make sure we're monitoring our contracts. I see that Commissioner Elliott is about to head out. If you have any thoughts on the communications objectives, feel free, let us know. Okay. All right. Last objective for this particular goal, communications. Improve how information is shared, understood, and reinforced across RRHA while elevating resident voices, strengthening engagement, and ensuring communications reflect resident experiences, priorities, and outcomes. Advance the communications approach that strengthens public understanding of RRHA's mission, highlights resident progress and community impact, and supports a broader shift in how affordable housing and RRHA communities are perceived by stakeholders, partners, and the public. Thoughts?
Well written. All understood.
Cheers, wheels are turning.
When I'm thinking about the broader conversation of communications to our stakeholders, and I'm thinking about number 2, is our communications department, is that the official medium communicate, i.e. to council, or is that kind of leadership, board chair, or what functionality outside of the general public does communications? That collaboration, right? So is that a separate? Is that a separate internal thing? Or? So communications, what audience? What is the audience to communications?
Target.
Yeah. So, and in that target audience, does that include our official communication with the city administration?
Sure. So our communication targets are following. We have a list of affordable housing stakeholders in the community. That's called our partnership list that we have. From developers to affordable housing, just stakeholders. So we have an affordable housing partnership list. Second, we have communication that comes sometimes from me and that I'm communicating some to the city council. Like for instance, you all recently got the communication from me around the issues of HUD DC eliminating the emergency voucher program. That's a communication that I would send to members of city council, because particularly those who have, who should know. So I communicate things to members of city council. Also, another target of our communication is our local HUD office. Many times when I'm doing things, Kim will remind me, oh, we better let the local HUD office know. You're right. But we make decisions about what we send them and what don't we send them. Obviously, the board is obviously one of our big communication. Then obviously, we communicate things to the media. That's only in our bylaws, only 2 people do that. You communicate to the media by the bylaws on behalf of the board. I communicate to the media on behalf of the agency. Then other targets, and we do it many ways, right? They send out to, and the other big target are our residents. We need to do a better job of letting our residents what we do. We had a town hall meeting, and we told guys, people just want to say anything anymore. They say, oh, I didn't know there was a FSS program. I get my son and daughter in that program. Well, Ralph's lucky he's not here. He'll tell you, there he is. Ralph says, he's been doing this for years. So people show up and just say whatever they want to say. Some people say, just want to be naysayers. But the big target are our residents. Not only let them know about our program, we should let them that they can avail themselves and their youth and themselves. And we have a separate communication that we can make to our seniors, what's called the senior vibe. And that is specific and that's tailored to our message to our seniors.
Thank you. It sounds like we definitely have multiple channels of communication. So, but this is specifically to the communications department.
So no, I think Ms. Fountain and her team, they effectuate much of this at the direction of Mr. Nesbitt. But there are different channels that, like you mentioned, she may not be the individual that initiates it, but she may be drafting the email that Mr. Nesbitt is sending to City Council, to the board about something that's going on. So these objectives aren't just related to that department doing something. This is broader than that. So given Mr. Nesbitt's examples, the communication may come from him. It may come from you. It may come from you.
Another one is Mayor Booley. Another example. So at the request of Mayor Booley, he talked to me. He said, oh, let's make sure my communication team and your communication are integrated in a better way. Why? Because when the media calls him about something related to RHA, what happens is his Trump congressperson is sitting with him, but if they haven't talked to Angela, he may say something that maybe we're not on the scene. And so what he has asked is that our communication department meets regularly with them and they talk about what they're seeing. How can they be communicating so that communicate to the next as best possible, the same. We'll be doing that with the governor, hopefully, with their folks who I think I may be seeing them.
Did that answer your question?
Yes.
Any other thoughts or comments around communications? Okay, think that is the last objective of the last goal that we'll be speaking about today. And we're going to do a section on reflections and priority setting. And I want to check with the chair and Mr. Nesbitt about how you want to proceed at this point.
Hit it twice.
There you go.
We have had a lovely retreat, but I want to end I want to put on record, what I want to ask the CEO, out of all the information that you have given us, what tools can we, as a board, help you to achieve these objectives that are needed to be done?
I would say, that was a question that was asked of me when I had my first interview. So I would say first and foremost is that what would help me the best and to be a reflection of what the Board of Commissioners want is that there's a robust debate internally about our differences and not to the public. And that when we, like I do, so this is what I do with my senior staff, we can agree to disagree. But then when we come out, we're all singing the same message. So Mike Kelly sometimes disagrees with me. Now, there's nothing to do with he and I being long-time friends. I'll say, Mr. Ness, I pretty much agree with this, but let's have a robust discussion. But when I leave, whatever you decide, we're singing the same message. So I think that's going to be important. And then with that, you all individually as board members, you all have your spheres of influence. And so you all are ambassadors, right? And how you can help me is when we do have, and we come to an agreement on something, and we're all singing the same page to everybody that you know. Because all of you, when you go out and speak, it's about messaging. And it'll be helpful because we know there's a lot of incoming that's always negative. It has nothing to do with anyone sitting at the table, right? As Bill Johnson told me, he said he heard that I stood up at a church once recently, and they were just, he said, you're finally becoming to be a CEO, learning. I said, what do you mean? He said, well, sometimes you gotta not say anything, even though you want to. This represents 20-something years of pent-up frustration. And so how you all can help me is when we do make decisions, and we can have one uniform message because your relationships are deeper than mine. So that's how you can help me, because you all have deep relationships. It's not like we go out and do an event, and yes, we have some important events coming up, but you all are really, at my mind, with the rubber meets the road. I didn't grow up here. A press release about something good that we do is great, but if you all as ambassadors can go out and speak the gospel, even if you may not agree with it, I think that would really, really be helpful. And that's a powerful tool, because y'all know a lot of people. The text message, email, pick up the phone calls, because that person then tells another person, and that's more credible. And so that's one of the, if you ask me, a tool or thing, that would be, I think, important for us executing what we do. Last, I would say, is that trust that I'm never going to hide anything from you. If I think there's something that needs to be disclosed to the board, I will do so. So if you hear that, oh, I hear RJ is doing this, or RHO is doing that, or RHO doing that. The chair called me about somebody had told him. He called me up. I'm like, here's that. I said, no, we're not doing that. We're in the business. But bring those things to me. But know that people are going to say, we hear RHA is doing this, or doing that, or the CEO is growing marijuana in his backyard. Ain't happening. Mr. McCray.
Can you hear me?
No, we can't.
I know you can. What I want to say is that, are you talking about within, because we doing this retreat? Remember, we discussed this in the beginning. Are we talking about now, or we're talking about within this plan?
I think every day, because this is not finalized.
Mike.
It doesn't come back. Ooh, I'm sorry. Finally, this draft 5-year plan is not final. That's come back to you all for approval. When this is approved, yes, I'm talking about this. What is it? I mean, like every day, like today, when you leave, if you run into someone and you say, "Look, we had a beautiful," as our right honorable Commissioner Pitcher said, now we should go out. We leave here now. We should be speaking the gospel. And if we disagree, we should do it. Because I have conversations with the commissioners individually and not disagreements. And I think when we do it collectively, and you all, even when I'm not there for a closed session, yes, ma'am.
The reason why I asked you that question is because whether you know it or not, we do it all the time.
Say that, please.
Whether you know it or not, I'm gonna say Commissioner McCarthy. All the time.
All the time, what, ma'am?
Everything that you just said at the end,
Yes, ma'am.
this is something that's always, because I am for the community. Since I became commissioner, that was my goal, was to make sure people can hear and understand what we discuss on a regular basis. Not through Facebook, but hey, you in the parking lot? Hey, let me tell you this new thing that I know about that's going on. Not going into details, but you know, this is something on the regular. I can't speak for everyone, but I'm gonna say on my end. I just want you to know that.
Appreciate that. Appreciate that.
You have something to say?
I don't know that we're at that point yet.
I would say that that last piece was actually a space where we took some time for reflection. And stop me if I'm wrong, Chair, Mr. Nesbitt, in terms of the things we were thinking about doing for the reflection. We're going to ask the board just to think about one or two things that you want to make sure staff understands from what your direction for us is when we're walking out the door today. We're going to do kind of a round robin with the board members that are still here. Just one or two things that you think you want staff to make sure we've heard you say today as we go forward with the strategic plan. Anyone want to go first?
Sure, I'll go first. One of the things, I started echoing some of what I was hearing earlier prior to us getting into this. And so there, safety, security, transparency, fluid communication. I think there's some real basic things that, because our work has so many complexities and so many nuances, it's easy to dive into that and sometimes miss the most apparent things, the low-hanging fruit. So we can continue to focus on, as we are, we can increasingly better focus on the low-hanging fruit, the things, and look at receiving the information that we're putting forth in the manner which our residents receive it, or the general public. I think it will help with our communication so that we're more specific and less, using less language.
Thank you. Ms. McCray? I'm sorry.
I got to put on the spot. You know what? I took a name.
No. But you look so lucky. So then I'm going to go to the vice chair. What are two things that you want to make sure we've heard you say today? Did I take her off? No. We're going to come back. We're going to
Click this one.
I think the whole 5-year policy, strategic plan that we had, I said it initially on the Ds that I talked about was engaged, involved, and I think if we do all of that, we'll feel much better forward, better forward. Not so much look for self, but how can we, make this whole thing work? What can I do for this particular group? So that's where I am with that. I'm okay with what we have, and I'm okay with all the points that we have in there. I'm okay with allowing us to give our input, and our input has been noted. And let's go forward. Let's march on with the team will go. So I'm good.
Thank you. Ms. Pitcher?
Oh, I'm gonna direct mine to the CEO.
Mike? Mike?
Oh, what?
Isn't that on?
The only thing.
The mic's not on.
The CEO, all I would like is to, help us to, relay our messages to, the staff, that if we have a problem, we should, because we can't really we can call the staff, but we can't really, but we can really have an in-depth conversation with you. If you could relay our messages, to, not saying you don't, but make sure that the staff, gets our messages, and if you could get back with just what the staff has said, because I know not what you, not what you think, but what the staff is getting paid for to, and let us know that, so we won't have to, be interrupting them, when they're working and all of that. We can get out, we can have a clear communication with you, and then you can get back with us after you get back with the staff person. And that's all I have. And you do it, but I just want to continue that.
As you said, I do it, and I'll do it even more.
You ready?
Oh, is that on?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, what? Oh, you said.
The last, huh?
The best for last.
Okay, since I said something about being called out in pink. I like everything. I said my opinion on just that one thing that was concerning me, which was the cameras. But other than that, I cannot tell you that there's anything else that I ain't gonna say complain, or I'm just gonna say have to say. That's it on my end.
Thank you all for that.
If I may say something in terms of cameras, where the cameras are deployed in the Big Six and the Six Sites, we do that in partnership with the Mission Police Department. Why? They know exactly where what's called the hot spots. So our cameras are usually where what is called the hot spots. The good news is that I just reprogram some funding from a state grant that we got from the former Attorney General, and we've got some more money for cameras. So I've got Theo, what that dollar amount is, and we're going to figure out with the help of Mike Kelly. Mike, when he was in New York, he had a whole police. And we're going to be looking at any advice from Kelly and with RPD to figure out the additional state funds we have, how many we can put up and where we're going to put them up. That's breaking news.
Okay, and so with that being said, that's gonna be in our all together board meetings that we're gonna have, or whenever you.
I'm gonna bring it up at the next board meetings next week, but since you brought it up, and you look so wonderful in pink, I said, why not just drop it off? Why just drop it off right now?
Why, thank you.
All right, so let me go to the slide 30. So we're gonna wrap up the day. Mr. Nesbitt mentioned it earlier, full circle to give the board a sense of where we are and with the plan, not just crafting it, but with implementing it. So we've had team sessions around co-creation and refinement of goals and objectives that you've given us feedback on today. We've had our second board retreat. Going forward, we've got some more work to do, given what you provided in terms of feedback. We're gonna follow up with the teams internally, and we're gonna spend time with our residents to get input on this. Definitely gonna spend some time with recrafting, revising language to make sure that those engagements with residents are as clear and effective as possible. Our goal is to share a draft version of this with the board a week before the July board meeting, which would be July 8th. We would bring it to you for approval at the July 15th board meeting. And by October 1, which will be the beginning of the fiscal year 2027, we'll be ready for implementation.
If I can, we talked about this yesterday. Also, as was mentioned earlier, Commissioner, they will be looking at potentially quarterly reporting on our progress toward meeting these goals that we will share with the board, on a consistent basis.
Kim, I think post this, we should send this out to all board members, particularly those who are not here now, so they'll know this time.
Yes, ma'am.
I needed you to go back a little bit when you said you was gonna present it and when y'all was gonna present it in July of 2027, 2026. Okay, I'll make sure I was hearing you right. Okay.
If I can say the obvious, if you're about to say it, I guess. Taking all the information that we've heard from the board today, we're going to be taking back, and my takeaway, by the way, is simplicity is elegance, to make sure the communication piece of it is something that can be fantastic. And that, again, the run-up is to July board meeting.
Yes.
Meeting with the, just going to repeat the hours. And the idea that the board will have a chance to see this one more time in its final form before it goes back to board for approval. So you won't see it on the board meeting day, you'll actually see it enough time to read that and have some fun.
Both.
In the interest of fairness, it could move from July to, because we'll meet in August. It may slip. We hope it doesn't, but I say that in defense of staff. We are juggling some monumental, big things for the agency, right? Operations throughout. This and this and that. So we hope we can keep this deadline. To the extent we can, we'll let you know in advance. But just in defense of our staff, we're juggling a lot of stuff. That's why folks work the weekend on this. Ms. Priscilla Jackson threatened me the other day. She said she wasn't going to come in a couple of days or some other week. I keep working this too hard. So I don't want to work the staff that hard. We will try our best to meet this deadline.
Chair, would you like to, Vice Chair, would you like to close this out?
Yeah, I will.
Mike. Hit it one more time. There you go. Thank you.
I want to thank our staff and our CEO for your hard work and thoughtfulness in completing the 5-year strategic plan. This plan with input from our choir, our chair and commissioners in attendance will help us stay on track as we face challenges now and for others to come. I must take a moment to thank Commissioner Harlan, who was chair when I was appointed to this board back in June of 2022, and Commissioner Johnson, and now Commissioner Jackson. I know Commissioner Johnson is still on. I hope he's still on, because I wanted to hear that we really appreciate everything that he's done and did through his leadership. And I want Commissioner Jackson to hear the same thing. we appreciate him. That he's doing. You don't know a lot of the things that he's doing in the hours that he's doing, and we appreciate it. I've shared it all the time. So they all led this organization with a vision, foresight, and determination through turbulent times and trials that weathered many storms with great leadership. However, even I know that teamwork makes the dream work. So I say to my fellow commissioners to ask not what RRHA can do for you, but ask what can you do as a duly appointed commissioner to support our team in the future of RRHA. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Meeting is adjourned. Patrick, you gotta say meeting is adjourned. Do you gotta say meeting is adjourned?
Facilitator, did it again. That's in the recording.
Hey, we put all the
No later than Monday. Just gotta go back through. And, yeah, no later than Monday. So along with the resolution.
Yes. We'll do both resolutions. You have, I mean, I already have one.
Yeah, that's one. Yeah.
You welcome.
Oh, yeah, you're done. Yeah.
This conference will now be recorded.